I'll call to order the Monday, June 2nd, 2014 Plan Commission. Mr. Sayer, roll call please.
Commissioner Manley,
Here.
Commissioner Ritter,
Here.
Alderperson Linder,
Here.
Commissioner Horsfall,
Here.
Commissioner Lytle.
Here.
Commissioner Heinzen is running a few minutes late and he should be here, and Mayor Hokumer is absent and excused.
Thank you. Next we have approval of minutes from the May 5th, 2014 Plan Commission meeting. Much pleasure. Motion by Mr. Manley,
Second.
second by Ms. Ritter. Any questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion passes. Next, we're on item 4, which is a public hearing for a conditional use permit to allow an indoor institutional land use known as Sugar River United Methodist Church to be located at 415 West Verona Avenue. We'll start with a little background by Mr. Sayer.
Thank you. This is a conditional use permit. The request is classified as an indoor institutional land use. The property is zoned UC, which does allow that land use as a permitted use. However, there is an overlay district on this property as well, and that is the downtown overlay district. And within the downtown overlay district, indoor institutional land uses, churches, are a conditional use permit. So it does require a public hearing tonight. This would be a recommendation to the Common Council. One thing I'll do real quickly is read into the record a letter or email that we received today from Ken Simons, and I'll just read this. I was on the Planning Commission when I was the chair of the Park Board in the 1980s, when we addressed the Baptist Church expansion in the 1980s. We made a mistake at that time by allowing the church to expand in the business district of Verona. I believe allowing Wildcat Lanes to be converted to a church is a short-term and long-term mistake as well. The city has spent time and tax dollars to study the future of Verona and its business district. Allowing a church in this designated district makes no sense from a tax-based perspective, from a daily business perspective, and for the future of West Verona Avenue Business District. It is just not the correct decision. I love the idea that churches in Verona are expanding their congregations, but their locations need to be a part of an overall plan that is best for the city.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sayer. Next, we'll allow people from the public, if you wish to speak, please come up to the podium and, oh, sorry, we gotta do the motion first, sorry.
Motion to open the public hearing?
Motion by Mr. Horsfall. Second by Mr. Lytle. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, say nay. And the motion passes, so we are in public hearing. So once again, if you wish to speak about this issue, please come up to the podium, state your name, and go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Dave Zerbakken, 211 Knoll Way. I'm here to speak on behalf of the bowling alley, just so people understand what goes on up there. They hold high school gym classes, special needs students bowl there. There is a Special Olympics League, Senior Citizen Day Leagues. We have various night leagues, couples, men's and women's. We have a kids bowl free league. We host numerous birthday parties, youth and adult, family and work holiday parties. We do annual tournaments. The Epic employees use the business often after their work hours. That's just on the bowling part of things. The upstairs, the banquet center is a 300-person capacity. With a full kitchen, they host weddings, birthday parties, dances. Holiday Inn Express and Culver's host their annual employee parties up there. Craft fairs, Ducks Unlimited. Parisi's holds their weekly safety training up there. Verona High School staff and athletic parties, along with Verona booster clubs, soccer, hockey, whatever. Across the street, they have volleyball and horseshoe leagues. They rent a daycare to schools and to private parties. The bar area has been well known for their breakfast 7 days a week, which is not really normal around Verona. There's like maybe 3 places that have that. They're also known for their affordable meals. They have dollar lunch specials to attract people in, workers that want to come in for a quick bite to eat. It's easy access for the seniors to walk over, which they do, to have lunch. The schools use it. Wildcat employs about 20 people. Most of them are local. Wildcat has a long history in Verona. It's well established. It's well-known, it's used by many, and it supports many groups. So with all that said, you know, it's really not about the church versus Wildcat Lanes. In my opinion, it's about the city offering hotel guests, current or future residents of Verona, to spend their recreational dollars somewhere in Verona. When the question is asked, you know, what do we do in Verona? I hope we can say we have a bowling alley, we have volleyball, we have horseshoes. Can I have a wedding? Yes. Can I have a large birthday party? Yes. Or do we have to say, no, I don't think so. You'll have to go to Madison, but it's just a short drive. You know, and I don't think that's the message we want to send. Are we willing to throw away what was once a gem and a cornerstone of Verona? It's hard to believe, but in the day when it was owned by locals, it was that place. Has it slipped? Obviously it has, yes, through some questionable leadership in the past few years. But it could be that place again. I firmly believe that, so that's why I'm in favor of not changing the zoning. And hopefully somebody can come in and resurrect the place. Not to what it was, because that's not realistic, but I hope it's an issue that we can solve in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Anybody else from the public wishes to speak? Okay.
Sorry, I thought it was going to be similar to the last meeting. My name is Brian Driscoll. I'm the building team leader for Sugar River United Methodist Church. I spoke to you the last time we were here. Thank you again for this opportunity. I guess I would just like to empathize with the previous speaker. We do understand the challenging position the folks that enjoy that place are in right now. And again, like the previous speaker said, this isn't about a church versus a bowling alley. The one thing I just want to reemphasize, instead of spending a lot of time talking to you again today, because I don't have a lot new to say, I just know that giving Sugar River United Methodist Church the chance to revitalize this building and provide us an opportunity to give back to the community even more than we have been will help to bring more vitality to the downtown area of the city of Verona. One of the facts I wanted to make sure to bring out that wasn't shared at the Plan Commission meeting the last time, but was shared at the City Council meeting, was that if you go back to 2010, 2011, all the way up to 2013, 2014, this property's value has decreased significantly. It was once listed at $1.9 million, and in last checking, it was listed at about $800,000. And the property taxes for this property have also gone down, and you would expect a property tax impact of about $6,500 to $8,500. So I just wanted to make sure that fact was out there. Really, besides that, I just want to thank the mayor for his public support, as well as Alderperson Linder for his support, as well as 5 other council members that gave their public support at the council meeting the last time. It's not only myself up here today, but we have a few less members from our congregation than the city council meeting. But we also have our architect with us today, and we'd be happy to answer any technical questions. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brad Steiner, Alderman, District 3. I reside at 201 Knoll Way. I don't need to repeat what Mr. Zurbachen has said. He took a lot of what I had said at a meeting for the Common Council last week. I hope you all had a chance to view that and hear what I was addressing to the entire city. I represent District 3, so I can only speak for those people. This is a very big decision. This is a cultural decision. And I do understand is your recommendation to the Common Council and that's where the bucks will fall. But you folks have been very dedicated to this city for a very long time. Some of you, a very long time. You have seen the city grow. You have watched us do 5 downtown studies for a cost of about $250,000 over the last 20 years. And most of your decisions have been in support of that downtown study. If we decide to recommend tonight to not go forward and let the Wildcat Lanes stay the way they are, we'll never get it back. It's off the tax roll for good. The 4th and 5th downtown study recommended that we extend our downtown definition north and south on Main Street, east and west on Verona Road. Over the past 4 or 5 years, we have done a very nice job of infilling businesses. There are many new businesses that have decided to come to Verona. Has it been what we thought it would be? No. We thought it would be much more, due to a large employer on the west side. But we must help the hotel people who are coming to our city too. We have plans now for 1, maybe 2 more hotels on the west side of Verona. Do we want to keep these people here to spend their recreation money? Monty's already feeds most of them, and a few other restaurants in town. But we need to tap into this recreation. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I would hope that you would support the Wildcat Lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. Anybody else from the public that wishes to speak on this? Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Last time, anybody from the public wish to speak? No further comments? Yes.
To move to close the public
Yep.
hearing. So moved.
Move to close the public hearing by Mr. Manley,
Second.
second by Ms. Ritter. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
And the motion approved. All right, next is item 4A, discussion and possible action, conditional use permit to allow an indoor institutional land use known as Sugar River United Methodist Church to be located at 415 West Verona Avenue. Mr. Sayer, a little more background on this, please?
Thank you. The request is a conditional use permit as was outlined before. Sugar River Church is currently located at 130 North Franklin Street. That's the old city library. If the conditional use permit is approved, they would relocate their church to this location. This was reviewed at the last Plan Commission meeting and also at the council meeting. In general, I think the Plan Commission felt it would be a good fit in this location. However, some members did have some concerns that it wasn't consistent with the downtown plan and could impact future development. The Common Council, in general, I'll just state generally, said they supported the church's request and they felt it would be improvement to the property and an asset to the city. Staff did review the request from a ordinance requirement. From a bulk standpoint, as noted at the last Plan Commission meeting, there is a 50-foot setback from any residentially zoned property, and that property in question is actually the school district's property, which is located east of the site that is currently zoned residential. However, other school properties in the city are zoned institutional public. It could probably be easily rezoned to that as well. But just once again wanted to point that out to you as something that's out there. Access to the site will currently remain unchanged from what you see today. Nothing would change with that. The applicant is estimating that the capacity of the building will be approximately 300 persons. The zoning ordinance requires 1 parking space per 5 seats at a maximum capacity, and that comes out to be 60 parking spaces being required. There are 90 parking spaces required on the site, so that does meet the parking requirements. One thing that we've asked the applicant to do is to repaint the parking stalls as part of this project, as some of the stalls are difficult to see. As indicated by a few of the speakers tonight, the volleyball courts is also associated with this property. I have spoken with Avenue Auto. They are in the process of attempting to purchase the volleyball courts if this conditional use permit is approved and the church decides to move forward and with the improvements and purchase the property. I spoke with Brian from Avenue Auto and wanted me to point that out to the Plan Commission that he is currently working with the banks to try to purchase that property with the intent of possibly expanding his parking on the site or for possible future expansion of his property as well. So this parcel does contain the Wildcat lanes and also does contain the volleyball courts as well. So there are actually two parcels with it. And my understanding is the church would only be purchasing the bowling alley portion, that leftover chunk of the volleyball courts. I know Avenue Auto is very interested in that piece. Landscaping, there is no landscaping required as part of this project, but the applicant is proposing on the north side of the building to replace some of the asphalt and put some plantings in there and add some lawn space as well. Staff has no concerns with that. Along with the conditional use permit, the applicant is requesting some minor site plan improvements as well. They're proposing to add some EIFS to the building on the north and west facades. They'd also paint some of the building a white color to blend it all together and make it have a consistent look. They'd also add a drop-off canopy on the west side of the building as well. Once again, just more elevations. This is looking at the north side of the facade, and there'd be the green landscaped area in the front, and this would be the main canopy, looking at the improvements to that as well. The city has recently adopted our downtown plan that was adopted approximately 2 to 3 months ago, and this parcel is identified within that downtown plan. And what it states is that it recommends a 2.5-story mixed-use commercial building with approximately 21,000 square feet of space. Specifically, the plan states the majority of commercial properties will remain for the foreseeable future, excluding 2 sites, 415 West Verona Avenue and 420 West Verona Avenue. These properties are recommended as redevelopment sites due to their size, location, and ownership. The former bowling alley at 415 West Verona Avenue is a major entry point to the downtown. It is important the development build near the intersection with the signature building at least 2 stories in height. As I've pointed out before, while the request and the improvements won't prohibit the redevelopment of this property, it will make it difficult. I mean, the reality is that I know the church is hoping to be here for the long haul. It's not a short-term solution for the church. They want to be here as long as they can. So it's just important to kind of weigh that as the downtown plan did identify this as a redevelopment site, and obviously with the church going in there, it will make it difficult if not impossible for that to happen in the future. I should also point out that the plan did identify this site as a medium priority. So it wasn't a high priority, it wasn't a low priority, it kind of fell in the middle as a average, I guess, priority site of looking at for redevelopment. As with all projects, we did go through the conditional use permit findings. Just want to point out in this case, there's actually 2 of them that I don't feel actually meets the conditional use permit findings. It's number 2 is, how is this proposed conditional use permit in a specific location in harmony with the purposes, goals, objectives, policy, and standards of the City of Verona Comprehensive Plan, the zoning ordinance, and any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted or under consideration pursuant to official notice by the city. As stated previously, the downtown plan does identify this site as a redevelopment site. And as I said before, I think if this is approved, it will make the redevelopment of the site more challenging in the future. Second one is, does the proposed conditional use permit maintain the desired consistency of land uses, land use intensities, and land use impacts as related to the environs of the subject property? The city has identified Verona Avenue as a commercial corridor, and an indoor institutional land use is not consistent with what we've identified in the past. We've always looked at that roadway as a commercial center, not for indoor institutional land uses. We also looked at the specific findings of fact, and once again, this is where that setback falls into place. That has to meet that 50-foot setback from a residentially zoned property. I think we can overcome this one. I think the school next door could be rezoned, and we can meet that requirement. So just a few staff comments. You know, obviously this is a challenging decision. I think from a staff standpoint, we have some concerns that the request does not meet the general and specific findings of facts. The reality is that the downtown plan that was adopted a couple months ago recommended this site as a redevelopment site. And it's challenging to recommend for this project when it's not consistent with that plan. Obviously, staff feels the church is a good use. It's a good user. We don't have any issues with them, but it just becomes challenging when we adopt that plan that it was recommended as a redevelopment area. I think if the project does move forward and if it's ultimately approved, I think we probably need to go back and take a look at that plan and see if we want to make some changes to that or not. But as this time, it's just, like I said, challenging for staff to recommend for it at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Anybody have any comments, questions, motions this time?
I just have a couple.
Mr. Ritter?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Do we know how long the property has been for sale?
I believe it's been 3 years. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I did do some more additional checking into that. The property's been for sale for a little over 3 years. Property went into receivership in September of 2011. The primary lien holder is Anchor Bank. I spoke to the receiver agent last week. He indicated that the goal was to sell the property as a going concern, trying to find somebody to come in and operate the facility as a bowling alley. They tried that for approximately 2 years, and in his words, that plan failed. They had received initial interest from the church, continued trying to market that as a bowling alley facility. Later, which would have been earlier this year, they did start to look at other potential uses for the site, and it was in early 2014 when they did accept the church's offer on the site.
And then are there any other properties on that block that are zoned residential?
Mr. Sayer?
Other than the school?
Not within the immediate area, no. There may be a couple in the downtown area, but not within at least 500 feet of this one, unless you get off Verona Avenue.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I've had a chance to reflect, I guess, a little bit on this proposal since the last time we talked about it. And I think that Mr. Simon's email may have really captured my concerns with this pretty well. And I want to emphasize that I agree with him in that it's a great thing that churches in our community are looking to expand here, and I think that's a very good thing. I think it's very encouraging, and it's something that we should try to support. But I think from a planning standpoint, there are better places to locate a church than Verona Avenue, and that's the piece of this that I struggle with. I think I mentioned it at the last meeting that already having St. Vincent's as a tax-exempt property on West Verona Avenue, and then the idea of making this property tax-exempt, and later this evening we're going to talk about one of the other very large planned commercial development properties becoming tax-exempt. At some point I think we have to really focus in on where's the best place for some of these types of developments to go in our city. And again, it's my view that they should be outside of the primary commercial corridors. I think we really miss opportunities to maximize development in those areas if, as Adam had mentioned, both here and in the staff report, we make it more difficult for developers to come in, with a broader development proposal. And I guess beyond the issue of, where should we put community institutional developments, I do have the concern that it's a tax issue. I mean, it's at some point, as we're trying to make sure that we grow our tax base and meet our city budget. We're just taking too many what should be high-producing tax properties off the map. As well, the point was made that this is not in keeping with the downtown development plan, which I think is, for better or for worse, it's the development plan that we have for our city. And a lot of people put a lot of effort into that plan, and throughout that process, there was a lot of public input. And I think one of the things that was heard pretty loud and clear was, if you're going to go through the trouble of doing this downtown development plan again, please make it meaningful. Do something with it. And I think it would be pretty disappointing to a lot of the people who participated in that exercise to right out of the gates make a pretty big decision about a property in a major downtown development corridor that is essentially contrary to the plan recommendations. So it doesn't. This isn't an issue that I think is a real easy call one way or the other. But I guess from my perspective, the sort of the preponderance of reasons not to approve this conditional use permit outweigh the reasons to approve it. So I'm not going to be able to support it tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manley. Anybody else comments or questions? Motions? I'll throw my comments out then. This is a tough decision. It's, do I wish it was a bowling alley? Yeah, I do wish it was a bowling alley. But for me, it's the fact that they've been trying to sell it as a bowling alley for 3 years and they haven't been able to do it. It's not, it doesn't look good. If it's going to get sold for something else, I don't think it's going to be bowling alley again. I know but that is disappointing. I understand the passion for that, for the camaraderie goes at the bowling alley. It just, business conditions point that it's not going to be that anymore, whether this gets approved or not. It's a tough decision, though, even that. Mr. Manley brought up the tax issue. That's one of the issues that I brought up in the previous plan commission. And, right now it's $6,500 or $8,000, somewhere in that range, which isn't going to make or break the budget, but it's maybe not just that, but what it could be if it was redeveloped. But despite all that, I am going to support this. I think the fact that it's not going to be bowling alley, it's going to be something else. I think this is a fine addition. I think they'll make it look nice. I think it'll be a community spot. They talk about things they can do for youth at the church. So I think it's going to be a good project. So I will support this. Anybody else wish to comment? Mr. Lytle?
Thank you. Well, it was educational to hear the mayor chime in last month at the Plan Commission that if the city was serious or was willing to put our money where our mouth is, we had opportunities to more actively seek to redevelop this property. And through some of the discussions we've been having, it seems like there's a portion of the city that would like this, the city government to take a more active role through a community development authority or other means to be more proactive about development in the downtown and throughout the city. The fact is we haven't done that. And again, like Mr. Manley mentioned later on the agenda, we have another situation where there's a change of plan for a rather large development that doesn't seem to be happening for a variety of reasons. As a Plan Commission member who I believe is trying to hopefully leave the city in a better place than we found it, this is obviously a great addition to see the church expand in our community. But also as a Plan Commission member, we were significantly involved in the city comprehensive plan and the downtown plan, and we saw the people that turned out for those meetings and provided input. And while definitely expect for this to be approved at council, and I personally am in favor of it being approved. As a Plan Commission member, I don't feel like I can support it until we get our act together in terms of either revising our downtown plan or deciding whether this is the stance the city is going to take over the long term with reacting to redevelopment proposals rather than making them happen ourselves. So again, while I wish Sugar River the best of luck next week, I'm not going to be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Anybody else wish to comment? Questions? Motion? Mr. Horsfall?
Yeah, I guess question for Adam. In the downtown area, how many office spaces are available at this time? Are we at 100% capacity?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer for you right now.
I mean, I guess my comment is, plans are nice, but sometimes they have to move with what's going on. And the emailer said he disagreed with what the decision was made back in the 80s of Baptist Church being allowed to expand. Excuse me. But he doesn't go on saying, well, the reason was because I knew somebody was going to develop that area that was going to expand. We don't know what's going to happen 10 years down the road if that property is going to be even purchased by somebody else. I think this church is a good location, not the best, but it provides a gateway to the community where you have the Catholic Church, you have the Lutheran Church, all kind of coming in to the area, and it produces people come in to go to the church. So I think there is an economic driver with having a church. It's not taxes, but there's still an economic driver there. So I understand that it doesn't really follow the plan, but again, who knew that Wildcat Lanes wasn't going to be a viable business 3 years ago, or even 6 months ago. So anyways, the bottom line is I'm in favor of this and vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Horsfall. Anybody else wish to comment, questions, or motion? Ms. Ritter?
You know what, I keep thinking about the other businesses that are currently around there and that have been sitting either empty or wanting to be redeveloped over the past few years, and nothing has happened. I know some of that is economic, and I think this is a good place for the church. I think as the gateway into our community, even though it's not a business that is we're collecting taxes on, it does give off the sense that our community is thriving. I mean, a huge church is going to be coming in, into that spot. A growing church. I like the location because it's next to the school. What other types of businesses would be allowed to go into that spot that would be next to a school? We don't know what that could be. I think that this might even be a spark for that area, that they're going to look at a building that has been needing some TLC for quite some time, and this church could come in and give it the breath that it needs, and it might spark others to purchase the properties down the block down. So I'm going to support this. I think that it will be a great location and a great addition to our city.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Anybody else? Yeah, Mr. Heisen?
Sure. I have a couple questions, probably for Adam. Do we know, do we have any idea at all what will happen to the current location where the church is? What the plans are for there? And I don't know right now whether or not that's in part of the downtown planning area or not.
It is within the downtown planning area. I believe part of that property would be used for a future road relocation. I think that's Harriet Street? I could be wrong. Yeah, Bob's shaking and said yes. Harriet Street would bend down to the south in the future to realign it so it actually lines up across the actual other street itself. And the remaining parcel, or what land would be left, to be redeveloped in some fashion, most likely some residential and I think possibly some office in there as well, part of a mixed-use building. That's just working off memory.
Okay. Do we have any idea what might take place at the truck stop that's just down on Verona Road or Verona Avenue that recently it appears completely closed now?
It is closed. I think it closed down a few months ago now. The downtown plan did not extend out that far. Obviously, you know, as conversations with potential developers occur, we'll take a look at that from a commercial standpoint, probably a redevelopment standpoint as well. The challenging thing with that parcel is it is a brownfield. There's some contamination in the soil due to the gas tanks, so it is more of a challenging parcel because of that. But we'd be looking at some type of commercial or office or non-residential use.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Horsfall?
At this time, I'd like to propose a conditional use permit to allow indoor institutional land use known as Sugar River United Methodist Church to be located at 415 West Verona Avenue.
And that is a recommendation to the council.
Yeah. Do we want to do the site plan separately?
Yes.
Okay, then that's.
All right, motion by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Ritter. Any further comments, questions? I see none. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Say nay. No. All right, so we got, you said aye?
I said aye.
So we got 5 yes and 1 no. Mr. Lytle says no. All right, next up is item 4B, discussion and possible action, site plan review to allow Sugar River United Methodist Church to make exterior building alterations to the property located at 415 West Verona Avenue. And this is, does not go to the Common Council. This is a Plan Commission item. Mr. Sayer, you have anything further to add for this?
No.
All right. Any questions, comments, motions on this agenda item? Mr. Manley?
I did vote for after saying I wasn't going to, I voted for it because I think it's going to happen, and why stand in the way? I still don't think it's the greatest place for a church, but I have to say that I am impressed with the site plan and the renderings that we've seen. There's no question that this is an upgrade for the building at that particular location. And I do think that they've done a nice job. I mean, taking a building that I think frankly doesn't give somebody a whole lot to work with to begin with, to put it mildly. What's before us and what's proposed I think looks pretty nice.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Anyone else? Mr. Horsfall?
Does the architect have any samples of what this is going to look like at all?
Material samples?
Yeah. No?
I did not bring any.
Can,
Okay.
can you come up to the podium and maybe answer that for the benefit of the people at home?
I'm sorry, I do not have any material samples.
What maybe to Mr. Horsfall's question,
Yeah,
what
I
are
can
the
be a
building
little bit
materials?
more
then?
elaborate.
Can you identify yourself first, please?
Yeah, my name is Doug Powell, and thank you for having us here tonight, and also thank you for approving our conditional use. I'm from R.O. Everly Architects, and I've been contracted by Sugar River to work on their schematic design at this point to help them look at what improvements they could make to the building and how to plan it out on the inside. So, the building materials as it is today are concrete block. There's some exposed aggregate panels. There's some natural stone masonry, and then there's some metal panel. What we're proposing to do is on the north and west facades of the concrete block portions of the building, we would be covering those with EIFS finish, which is very similar, is commonly used around town here. I think the chiropractor's office has an example of it. I think there's some new buildings further east with, I think maybe there's several over there that have employed that material. It's like stucco. So commonly referred to as stucco. EIFS is just a little bit of a different system. We want to retain the natural stone masonry, and we want to cover the exposed aggregate material with EIFS as well. Then for some of the metal panel portions and some of the remaining concrete block portions, we would be repainting those a lighter color so it kind of all matches. It kind of brings the forms of the building out a little better. And then to hide some of the ribs of the metal panels, we propose those wooden trellis structures that could also support plant growth. So it would be, I would be happily provide samples for a,
Just curious.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions, comments, motions? Ms. Ritter?
The renderings don't show any kind of lighting for the property. Can you talk a little bit about what your plans are for the lighting?
So currently, the bowling alley lights the parking lot with lights on the building. And we would propose replacing those lights on the building with new matching lights, but still lighting the parking lot from the building rather than installing pole lighting in the parking lot. That might be a future upgrade that would be desirable. If parking lot improvements are made in the future, that would be something we would consider, but at this point, I think the lighting is sufficient from the building, and we would probably just make some upgrades to those fixtures. I think also with the added glazing, the lighting effect of the interior lighting is going to have a nice glow at night as well. So I think visually the site will have a nicer look at night.
And does that meet the city's requirements for lighting?
Mr. Sayer?
From a lighting standpoint, they aren't making any modifications to the parking lot. So I know we talked initially a few months ago, and I think I said, yeah, it's fine with that. If they came in and redid the parking lot, they'd have to put the poles in at that time. But as long as they're not making modifications to the parking area, which they're not, except maybe hopefully some paint, they don't need to replace them.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further comments, questions, motions? Mr. Horsfall?
This time I'd like to vote on the approval of the site plan review for allow Sugar River United Methodist Church to make exterior building alterations to the property located at 415 West Verone Avenue.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Manley. Any further questions or comments? I'd just like to say one thing quick. I think we're going to lose a lot of our crowd tonight after this. But I want to thank you for everybody for coming. We like having people come see our meetings, and we wish you best of luck with your project. All right. With that, we'll call the motion. Call the question. What's the favor of the motion? All those say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And the motion passes. Thank you. All right. Next item up for agenda is public hearing. Agenda number 5, conditional use permit to allow a group development in an apartment land use to be located on lot number 2 of the Scenic Ridge plat. The proposed conditional use permit will allow for the construction of 62 units, apartment units on Acker Lane. So it's a public hearing. We need a motion to open the public hearing. Motion by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second? Second. Second by Mr. Lytle. And then Mr. Sayer, can you provide a little background on this, please? Okay. All right, we'll vote first then. All those in favor of opening the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? And we are in public hearing, so I'll try again. Mr. Sayer, you want to give us a little background?
Sure. This is a conditional use permit request to allow a group development and apartment land use. Those uses are conditional use permits within the UR zoning district. Public hearing is required by ordinance before the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission then makes a recommendation to the Common Council. So we are in the public hearing stage that is required by ordinance right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Anybody wishes to speak on this item? Please come up to the microphone.
The applicants are here to address any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Please come up to the microphone.
My name is Glenn Shana, and I live at 1234, nice number, Scenic Ridge Drive. And we built a home there, started building a home about a year ago in Scenic Ridge neighborhood, and we knew when we saw the plat maps that there would be an apartment building, or actually two different lots that actually are capable of having apartment buildings. But I did find out about the plan today, so after reviewing it, several questions came up. The first one, it's actually a 3-story development, which doesn't fit too bad there because it is a recessed piece of property. But after looking in the area behind Kuko's, there's a 3-story building there, apartment building, with about the same appearance of its front elevation. And for my money, with the look of the residential area that we have now, it looks very massive and big. And literally, my vote right now would be to take it down to a 2-story because of the massive look of it. And does raise some other questions for the Plan Commission, and the city engineer could chime in on one of these, and that's that Locust now is a 2-lane bridge, and in, I believe it's a year or two, they're gonna work on it for a year to make it a larger bridge. But until that time, we're gonna have another, I don't know, 60-some cars or whatever, coming through the area. And the unfortunate thing about that site is that it's all neck down to Chapel Royal. There is no other way to sneak around, really, no matter what you do, you come out of that area in Chapel Royal. So that's going to go to the bridge. And when they're working on that bridge, they're actually, the access is going to be going back into the neighborhood one over from us, down one of the other streets. So all of our neighborhood, plus the apartment building, is going to be back through another neighborhood route while the bridge is working on it. I don't know if anybody had ever brought that to your attention. Smaller items that came to mind, because as you're driving by in Locust and you're looking down the hill into this property, which positioned as 2 buildings, I've seen other apartment complexes where they did a poor job of their refuge and their garbage dumpsters and everything. And when I looked at the planning maps, or I couldn't find anything on there that looked like gates that would hide dumpsters and stuff like that, so I didn't see anything on the maps of the details that showed any of that things being covered. But anyway, my vote, I know we already signed up. I looked at the plat maps, and it said that plot is sold for a 61-unit apartment. It's at 62 right now, so obviously they're maxing it out. And so I'd vote for something that would fit more in the rest of the contour up the hill and everything, which would be more like a 2-story, so it wouldn't be so massive. Any questions?
We'll answer your questions. We'll answer your questions during the other portion of the next agenda item.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item?
Hello, my name is Beth Porcaro. I live at 1314 Scenic Ridge Drive, and also moved in about a year ago, and only learned of this meeting tonight, so don't feel incredibly prepared. However, we do have several questions. We also knew moving into this neighborhood that this was a possibility, with hopes that it would change, because certainly we built a house in a relatively high-end neighborhood. The homes range anywhere from the upper 300s to up to $750,000, and so have concerns about the plans for a 62-unit, basically consisting of studio and 1-bedroom apartments. And some of the questions include, what data do we have to support the success of a apartment building like this? We understand that there are apartments in West Ridge that are not completely occupied at this point, and so I guess just curiosity about the occupancy and the thoughts around when and if we would have the residents to occupy this. What would they be marketed as with studios and 1-bedrooms? It concerns me. This is a very neighborhood-friendly neighborhood that's many of us have young kids. And so I guess I'm curious about what is the marketing and who are we looking for to fill these apartments. We have a small park that we use. it's busy as it is. I guess I would be worried about just in general how many people are in the area. I would be worried about the traffic. Much like was discussed, we have a small bridge that comes into our neighborhood, and that's it. It looks like the parking for this, there would be putting 62 units, 2.25 parking spots for each, potentially about 140 extra cars coming into our neighborhood, with some of the really rough math that we did very quickly. I think overall, just the concern about having that many people, who we're targeting, and then, as we know from other developments, Elver Park area, Middleton area, that it's always intended that we have very nice apartments, high-end apartments, but over time, they lose their value, and what will happen to our neighborhood at that point. So just some questions that I've come up with.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Anybody else wish to speak on this? And last time, anybody else like to talk on this subject? I see none. Look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ritter. Second by Mr. Horsfall. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
And we're out of public hearing. Next item up is agenda item 5A. This will be a recommendation to the Common Council. Discussion and possible action, conditional use permit to allow group development in an apartment land use to be located on lot number 2 of the Scenic Ridge plat. So anybody have any questions, comments? Oh, Mr. Sayer, you have a little more to add, please?
So for sake of ease, I'll combine the report for the conditional use permit and site plan and just put it all into one. But there is a request to construct 2 apartment buildings, and that does require a group development. A group development is a land use that has multiple buildings on the property. So this one has 2 buildings, so it does require the group development. And also we have the conditional use permit requirement for the actual apartment use itself. The applicant's proposing to construct 2 apartment buildings. These buildings would have an on-site exercise facility, community room, leasing office, and an outdoor pool. This is on lot 2 of the Scenic Ridge subdivision. It should be pointed out that lot 1 of the subdivision as well is also zoned as planned as multifamily, but this is obviously the first project that's occurring out there. The plat itself for this lot was created in 2006, and it's actually been around now for what, 8 years. So staff did review the project. We looked at it from a bulk standpoint first. It does comply with all the bulk requirements. And as I go through my report, I'll try to address all the questions that were raised in the public hearing. It does meet all the setbacks. It also meets the building height requirement. There is a 35-foot tall building requirement that has to be met. The buildings has to be 35 feet or smaller than that. This building is actually at 35 feet. It was very challenging for the applicants to get the building to that size. I know that took some time. And they're accomplishing that by having numerous retaining walls on the property. So the site itself will have a variety of retaining walls around it to bring the grade up and down in various areas to make the height of the building actually work within the area, the actual site itself. Parking, there'd be 2 access points from Akron Lane. The northernmost parking access point would provide underground parking access to building B. The southern access point would provide underground parking access to building A and also to the surface parking lot. The site itself requires 137 parking stalls. That's based on the zoning ordinance. The applicant is providing 68 underground parking stalls and 72 surface parking spaces, which comes out to be 137. So it does meet the parking requirements. From a drainage and stormwater standpoint, here are the buildings and here in the white area, and this is rather complicated, but stormwater will be accommodated in the existing pond that's to the west of the site. Staff has no concerns with that. I believe the city engineer has already provided some initial review of those documents. Architecturally, the building will include high-quality materials as required by ordinance. It will include brick veneer and hardy blank siding. A good example of this type of building is probably looking at the Sienna Ridge Apartments, which is located on the north side of the city. Very similar materials to that, if not more and higher quality materials in that project. So it does meet the ordinance requirement and from the building material standpoint. They also have a planned pool, as stated previously, and the pool will have a pergola on the property that will be 10 feet tall. Staff has no concerns with that use. Landscaping, by ordinance, it requires approximately 3,000 landscaping points. They're providing approximately 2,800 landscaping points around the building itself. It also requires buffer yard plantings to screen the property from the adjacent single-family residential areas. To accommodate that requirement, the applicant is proposing a large amount of landscaping on the south side of the property, wrapping around along Locust Drive as well. Those are mostly pine trees and other trees that you won't be able to see through year-round. To further help screen the property, they're also proposing a berm in that area. The plantings would be installed adjacent to or on top of that berm to help further screen the site from Locust Drive and also to the residential properties to the south. Staff has no concerns with that and feels it does meet the buffer yard requirements. One item to point out that we pointed out the last meeting when this was initially reviewed is that the city does have a residential phasing policy in place that caps the number of units that can be constructed each year to 25 and 50 units. Once again, the site is exempt from that requirement. This was grandfathered when that policy was adopted, so that policy does not apply to this project. Looking at some of the questions that were raised regarding the three-story developments, it does meet the height requirement from a zoning standpoint. I think the comment about the building height was brought up at the last Plan Commission meeting, so I'll let the Plan Commissioner speak to that. But from a staff standpoint, the building does conform to what is allowed by the zoning ordinance. Locust Drive and the viewing of the dumpsters itself, the reason you can't find them on the site plan, they're actually in the underground parking structure. So they're actually underground and they are not outside. So that should hopefully eliminate any kind of trash concerns as they'll be tucked in the parking structures itself. Regarding data for support this project and success of this project, Madison in general right now, the demand for multifamily housing, especially apartments, it's pretty incredible. From what I've heard, I know vacancies are under 5%. In some cases, I've heard apartment vacancies in the Madison region are under 2%. There is an incredible amount of demand right now for apartments, and it is very difficult to find an apartment, I think, for some people as well. Obviously some of that demand is being driven by Epic. Others it's being driven by the fact that you have some changing demographics occurring right now. You have younger people that are coming out of recession, just can't afford down payments on houses. So demand for apartments in Madison and general across the country are quite at a high point right now. So I don't have any doubts this will probably fill up pretty quick. And looking at vacancies in Sienna Ridge, I know there's only a handful right now that are vacant. There's just not many apartments vacant in that newer project as well. I suspect, and I haven't spoken with the applicant about how this will be marketed, I suspect they're going to market towards the Epic employees. Most of these apartments you've seen go up in Verona over the years, that's who they're marketing to. It's closer to Epic, it's a shorter drive, you don't have to deal with traffic. It's an easy one to market from that standpoint where you can be 5 minutes from work. So that's where it's going to be marketed, I suspect. Other projects that are occurring in the area in the city, as I said previously, obviously we have a very strong demand for that multifamily component. And I think as a result of that, 2 years ago, the council did adopt a policy capping that, limiting the number of apartments that could be constructed in the city. The most recent one that was required to conform with that policy was the Murray Glen Apartments, which is just north of Pasquale's and west of Redden Soccer Park. Obviously, this project is exempt from that, but that policy is still in place, and the city will continue to enforce that policy as other multifamily projects come forward. So I think we've acknowledged over the years now that there is a very strong demand in this city for it, and I think we're trying to address it through proper planning, through proper policies as well to make sure we don't overbuild the apartments in the city itself. Rental rates, I know that was a question I asked the applicants, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but I believe the range that was provided to me was about $850 per month for the studios, up to approximately $1,500 per month for the larger 1 and 2 bedrooms. Those are estimates at this time. As they pull together construction costs and look at what else is out there, they'll finalize those numbers, but that was the initial thought of starting at about $850 for that studio and going up to about $1,500 for those larger units itself. I'll wrap up my report, then I'll probably turn it off to Bob to answer a couple of traffic questions. But going through my report, we also did go through the conditional use permits findings of facts. We have the general findings and the specific findings. Staff finds that it does meet those requirements as well. It conforms to all the requirements that are required by ordinance. So staff does recommend the following Plan Commission action: approval of the site plan to allow for the construction of 62 apartment units on Lot 2 of the Scenic Ridge subdivision. And we also recommend the Plan Commission recommend to the Common Council approval of the apartment land use and group development on Lot 2 of the Scenic Ridge subdivision to allow for the construction of 62 apartment units and 2 buildings. And with that, I can defer to Bob on any kind of traffic and access questions.
Yes, the 62 units will generate approximately 400 vehicle trips a day, give or take. As it stands right now, the planning is going to start for the Locust Drive Bridge expansion, and that bridge could be expanded as soon as the latter part of next year, or the following year, 2016. The end of the summer, or during the summer, this summer, the remainder of Locust Drive to the south is being reconstructed, and Whispering Pines through the Cathedral Point subdivision to the east is being finished. So there will be another route from this subdivision across Cathedral Point over to Range Trail, and then Range Trail up to County Trunk Highway M. If you work in Madison and want to head to the east, you can go across. You'll be able to go across on Whispering Pines up Range Trail and take M over to the interchange. That's all going to happen this summer. The Cathedral Point work will probably start within a month. So, and Locust Drive reconstruction will probably start 6 to 8 weeks. So there will be construction to the south there this summer, and like I said, the bridge planning is going to start.
Will the bridge be closed during the construction when that comes?
We're going to have to close it. There's just no way we can try to widen that bridge and have people going across that bridge and have it safe for the construction workers. We just can't do that. So, but like I said, Whispering Pines will be open to the south, and that's the route that everybody will have to take. That uses Locust Drive now will have to go across on Whispering Pines. The bridge construction will probably take approximately 12 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gunlock. I know Adam did his best to answer some of those questions. Maybe developer, do you want to add to any of those answers? I mean, like specifically, like who we marketed to, like if that Mr. Sayer was correct?
Brian Stoddard, Spring Green, Wisconsin, Avenue Architects. I'm the project architect. The unit mix in this, it was stated earlier, is studios and 1-bedrooms. There are, in fact, 50% of the units are 2-bedroom units, about 40% 1-bedroom and 10% studios. Rent rates, we're probably going to be for the studios, into the 800 to maybe 950 range. 1-bedrooms 900 to 1100, and then 2-bedrooms will probably be in the 1100, 1350, 1400 range. So it's going to be a variety of unit types. We're trying to obviously hit what is currently out there for demand, and we're seeing a bigger demand for 2-bedroom units now than we used to. Excuse me. Our market group, or who we're marketing to, certainly we hope to draw from Epic, and then, as was stated earlier, just some of the growth or the movement that's coming out of Madison because of sort of shifting demand. Okay.
Then what about the, what was the question? Long-term value? Do you have any experience on long-term value in an apartment like this?
Well, we're going to have on-site management that really helps retain, I think, the quality of the project over time. The quality materials we're using on the building, I think, really speak to the developers and the owners' commitment to maintaining a quality project over time.
One of the other questions was why not a 2-story rather than a 3-story?
That's primarily economics. It's just the efficiencies of size. Plus with the challenges of the grades on the site, working with 2 buildings with 62 units, I mean, it drives it up to 3 stories. So,
Okay. Mr. Lytle?
I thought I recalled seeing, and I know I can find it, are you building both building A and B at the same time, or are you phasing those, first one?
we're gonna phase it. We hope the demand there is there, that we can start leasing up the first building quickly enough where we can maybe kick off on the second building 30 days after the first one. We hope the demand's there.
So phasing wise, it seems like it's possible that the bridge reconstruction could be completed before they take occupancy, or occupancy begins in building B at least. Yeah.
Do you have a time frame on construction?
Well, with approvals, hopefully, we can start in the fall. We're probably looking at starting leasing on the first building maybe in May next year. So we'll just have to see how the timing works out, I guess, with the bridge work.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have any, Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I guess maybe it's as much of an observation as of anything. This particular property was exempted from the multifamily staging requirements, and it was approved a long time ago. And so, you know, as a matter of I think you have an entitlement under current zoning. Is that correct, Adam, to do multifamily at this location? It doesn't require a zoning change?
No, the property is zoned UR, which is the multifamily zoning district, and what the conversations I've had with the applicant from the beginning was making sure that they met all the zoning requirements, that this could not be a PUD. If it was a PUD, then it was going to be a different conversation of meeting those phasing requirements. So I think part of the reason why, you know, it's not a PUD tonight, unlike most apartment projects, is that they want to make sure they stay within the phasing requirements and not have to fall into that requirement.
Okay. So I guess my comments are not specific to this project, because I think this is an approvable project. But what I find, I'm sympathetic to the concern that was raised in the public comment that said, you know, this is a really nice neighborhood, and we want to make sure that the quality of multifamily development is on a par with the neighborhood, and that we want to keep a neighborhood that is friendly to children and the families that are being raised there. And that's actually a sentiment that, as long as I've been involved in the Plan Commission and the City Council, I think I hear over and over again. And it's something that we heard with the Sienna Ridge apartment project in the Harmony Hills neighborhood, in the Meister addition to Westridge. Epic's expansion, you know, what sealed that deal was the elimination of multifamily. And I think it's just something that we need to be cognizant of, and that is that the idea that we need to put large-scale multifamily apartment developments within single-family residential plats is, I think, something we need to rethink. Because I am, in the 3 years that I've been on Plan Commission, in the 6 years I was on the City Council, I have yet to hear anyone building a home in a single-family neighborhood say, I wish we could bring more apartments into the subdivision. And, you know, maybe we as a city need to learn something from that and try and plan accordingly in the future. As I said, you know, I think this is an improvable project. It was always slated to be this. I think you've got a property right. I do wish that in order to make it less intensive, you were able to have 3 buildings instead of 2, and then maybe we wouldn't have such massive apartment structures. But you don't think that's feasible for this site?
If we go to 3, basically 20-unit buildings, 2-story, the economies of the different types of buildings are significant enough where it, I guess in our mind, it jeopardizes the viability of the project.
And I don't disagree with that, because we've heard that from a number of other multifamily developers, and I think that's kind of the point, is that it's difficult to get multifamily developments to work unless they're on a pretty massive scale, which is why, in my opinion, they don't belong in developments that are primarily, single-family developments. I think we as a city need to do a better job of planning where we locate those types of developments. And I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Mr. Horsfall?
In your plan, you have retaining wall designed by others. Do you know what kind of retaining walls you're going to be putting on out there?
The
Are they gonna
project
design?
engineer's here, maybe he can address that. You want to try that, Ryan?
That's why I wrote down designed by others.
Is it, do you think it's going to be the block? It's going to be,
You want to come up to the microphone, answer that, please?
I don't think we know.
You came all the way to this meeting, you might as well come and say a few things.
Vince Laufenberg, 6497 Whalen Road, Verona. Those retaining walls could be a couple different products: boulder, stone, or block. And we'll look at all three options. And with all three materials, it will be engineered for the heights and sizes that are needed.
Do you know what size, how tall the walls are?
I think our tallest wall is 5 foot.
Okay. So the plan is not to put fences on top of them? Is that-
Fences?
Right.
No. The largest retaining wall is actually doubled, it's terraced, so we don't get a massive height with it.
Okay. Do you want to have it just be approved by the city? I mean, you're going to have to submit something to the city planner to, okay. I see he's shaking his head, so that's fine by me.
Any other questions? I actually got one more question, Mr. Sayer. So the reason they're here before us is because they got 2 buildings rather than one, is that correct?
Well, that's one of the reasons. I mean, there's actually 3 reasons. One, you have the site plan that is being approved by the Plan Commission. Second reason is the group development, which you kind of alluded to. If it was one large 62-unit building, that would not take a group development. However, it would still take that apartment use. That apartment use is still a conditional use in the UR district, so that would still be here for a conditional use. So even if it was that one building, they would still be here tonight for that conditional use.
Okay, all right. All right. Any other questions, comments, motions?
Motion guy.
Mr. Horsfall?
This time, let's see, we're on 5, right?
5A. It's a recommendation to the council.
Are we going to do both of them?
We'll do them separate.
At this time, I'd like to approve the site plan to allow the construction of a 62 apartment units on lot number 2 of the Scenic Ridge subdivision.
We have a motion by Mr. Horsfall. Second by Mr. Heinzen. Mr. Lytle.
Normally we do the CUP before the site plan. Does it really matter if we do one versus the other?
No, I think it's
Okay.
fine.
For you, for those who weren't here last time, I kind of echoed some of Mr. Manley's comments at the meeting that I wish there was 3 buildings instead of 2, but 2 is better than 1. It could be one giant building, and I do agree, Mr. Manley, that in the future, I think we want to try and avoid these. There's no transition between residential and this apartment complex, which I think in the future personally I'd like to avoid. but it's here and it's been zoned that way. So I plan to vote for it tonight. All right. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion passes. Next item is 5B, discussion and possible action, site plan review to allow for the construction of 2 apartment buildings to be located on lot number 2 of the Scenic Ridge plat. Mr. Say already gave his description. Is there any questions, comments? Mr. Lytle?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval, and I believe it's for the conditional use permit for the group development for an apartment land use at Lot 2 of Scenic Ridge plat.
It's for the site plan review. Mr. Sayer?
The site plan was the one that Jeff made initially, so
Oh,
this will,
I-
yep, this will follow up with the conditional use, so the order doesn't matter.
Okay, gotcha. All right, we got a motion by Mr. Lytle. Is there a second?
Second. Go Steve.
Mr. Einzen, I'll give it to you. Has a second. Any other questions, comments on the conditional use permit? This is a recommendation to the council on this one. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes. So we pass both the conditional use and the site plan review. All right. Next item is 6. We have public hearing for a zoning map amendment at 1979 Milky Way to rezone property from the current rural agricultural zoning to the proposed urban industrial zoning district. Looking for a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ritter, second
Second.
by Mr. Lytle. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And we are in public hearing. Mr. Sayer, you want to give us a little background, please?
Sure, this is a conditional use permit request to rezone the property to actually suburban industrial. I know it said urban industrial on the agenda, but it's actually suburban industrial. And that would actually match the existing zoning that is located on the Epic Systems Corporation's property. Real briefly, the map on the screen, the request is to rezone this 40-acre parcel here and also a small piece here as well. And this is being done in conjunction with the construction of a future contractor annex building. This is a conditional use permit, so there is a public hearing tonight, and it is a recommendation to the Common Council.
So it's suburban industrial, not
Yes.
urban
Yes.
industrial? Okay. Did anybody from Epic want to discuss this? The public hearing is open. Yep.
Good evening. I think Mr. Sayer's description was quite accurate. All of the rest of our property that we've developed has been zoned suburban industrial. This is rural agriculture, and because of proposed development, not only with the contractor building, but on that other 40-acre parcel, changing the zoning, in my opinion and Epic's opinion, is appropriate to allow us future development and is very consistent with the other use in the area.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, I mean, I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dickman. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this?
Hi, good evening. I'm Mark Geller. I'm a resident of the town of Verona on Country View Road. And I got a notice in the mail that this was coming up as a rezone. And I guess I just looked at it as an opportunity for a town resident to discuss a little bit about potential impact, not so much with this specific rezone as I've stopped in earlier and now appreciate where it's going to go. When I first got the letter, I was a little worried that potentially the building could be situated maybe beyond where the Epic Gardens are now. And of course, the biggest concern as a town resident on Country View Road is the amount of traffic that Epic is generating. And again, as a town resident, we don't get an opportunity to address the Plan Commission very often. And I just wanted to sort of plant the seed for future consideration as Epic continues its sort of westward expansion, that you keep us in mind, your neighbors in the town, and specifically Country View Road is taking on a bit of a burden of the Epic development, in that it's a small rural road, very hilly. It's becoming a well-known shortcut to the entrance to Epic. We're getting a lot of daily trips by hotels on the west side of Madison, who essentially are making 8 trips per day, and these are hotel limousine buses, really fairly large vehicles. Country View is a narrow road. We have school-age children, including my own, who get picked up by the school bus. And at the time of day that the school buses are picking up coincides with the amount of traffic that's coming in from the west side and the hotels. We've had situations where they're running through the stop signs when the school bus have the stop signs up. So it's, while I understand that I've been told that the entrance or the access to the construction annex is not going to be off Country View Road. I don't know if that's something that you can add to the conditional use, that the access would strictly be from the east and not off Country View. But again, I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind you that as Epic continues to the west, the town is absorbing some of the impact of Epic and not really realizing too many benefits. Country View residents, again, right now there's going to be up to 5,000 geothermal wells, 500 feet deep. That's in my water aquifer, or the water aquifer that we live off of every day. We get our wells tested once a month. So again, just an opportunity for me to address the commission to, in the future, as things continue to expand to the west, that you perhaps consider us your neighbors in the town.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Geller. Anybody else from the public wishes to speak? Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Last time, anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item? I'm not seeing anybody. I look for a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. Horsfall makes a motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Manley to close public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
And we are closed for the public hearing. All right, next item is 6A, discussion and possible action, zoning map amendment at 1979 Milky Way to rezone property from the current rural agricultural zoning to proposed suburban industrial zoning district. Questions, comments? Mr. Manley?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the zoning map amendment at 1979 Milky Way to rezone the property from the current rural agricultural zoning to suburban industrial zoning.
We have a motion by Mr. Manley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ritter. Any questions? Mr. Manley?
I feel like we talked so much about this at the initial review last month that there isn't a whole lot left to say at this point.
Okay. All right, no further comments, questions. We'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion carries. And that is recommendation to the Common Council. Next item is another public hearing, agenda item 7, conditional use permit amendment to the Epic Systems Corporation Group Development to allow for the construction of a contractor annex building to be located at 1979 Milky Way. Look for a motion to open the public hearing. Motion moved by Mr. Lytle. second by Mr. Horsfall. All those in favor of opening the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and we are in public hearing. Mr. Sayer, you-
Once again, this is a conditional use permit to allow for a group development amendment, or excuse me, an amendment to Epic's group development conditional use permit. Group development is any project that has multiple buildings on the site. Epic falls under that category with their 4 campuses and other outbuildings as well, and this is another building that would have to be brought into as part of that group development. So we have a public hearing tonight before the Plan Commission, and this is a recommendation to the Common Council for next week's Monday meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
I'm Steve Dickman from Epic. First of all, I'd like to address the very appropriate comment about Country View Road. We fully support anything to reduce the traffic and speed of traffic on Country View Road. I know there are a couple of our hotel shuttles that we've talked to, I don't know how many zillion times, to tell them not to use that road. And I think we get about 95 or 96% compliance from most of our hotels, but there are 1 or 2 that, regardless of what we have done, they continue to use that road. And we don't think that's appropriate either. We'd fully support reducing the speed limit on the road. We would fully support more sheriffs or police patrols on the road. We discourage our employees from using the road. In fact, at our staff meeting last month, we explained to our employees again that if there's a school bus with flashing red lights, you stop regardless of which direction you go. I mean, we can't be out personally policing the road, but we fully support any activity that reduces the traffic on that road. Again, access to this particular building would be from the east. It would be off of Northern Lights. There's no way we want access to that building for our use off of Country View Road. We fully understand and agree with the position the gentleman previously stated. As far as the contractor building, about 4 years ago we were here proposing the temporary contractor building, and we said, well, we thought it would last about 5 years. Well, we're pretty close to that one. The contractor building, which replaced somewhere between 25 and 30 construction trailers, porta potties, and the whole bit, has been a tremendous improvement for everybody working on our construction projects. And some of you sitting at the table today, up here today, Bob and Adam and Bill, can attest to the difference in environment of the contractor building versus the construction trailers. The unfortunate thing is the location that we put the temporary contractor building was temporary. And with our continued growth, we decided we still need a contractor building, but it has to be in a different spot. And if we're going to build a building for the contractor building, we also have a long-term need for facilities and storage on the property. And we have quite a infrastructure to support, and to have some on-site support for that. So we thought, let's design a building and place a building, one, that doesn't have to move again, and two, that should we stop building or slow down building, we can also use that building to support our ongoing maintenance functions and support functions. And let's put it in a place that you really can't see it from any place on the site. And let's make it architecturally look like a farm building. I mean, we have barns on our property. that we use for storage and so forth. We've proven we can take a non-farm building and make it look like a barn or two or three. And so why can't we take a contractor building, put it in a spot on the site that is out of the way, and make it look just like another agricultural building, and and have it sited on the property in that way that it looks absolutely in context with the rest of the site. And that's what we're proposing. So I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions during this evening that you might have, but that's some more background on the building. One minor addition in the background material, it stated that the building would be about 36,000 square feet. We figured out ways to reduce the size and still have the functionality, so it's down to about 31,000 square feet, but it's built into a hillside, sort of like the traditional barn would be, where one side was exposed, and you can really enter it on two different levels.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dickman. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this item? Anyone from the public wishes to speak? Last time, anyone from the public wishes to speak? I see none. I look for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ritter. Second by Mr. Horsfall. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And the public hearing is closed. So next we're up to item 7A, which is recommendation of the Common Council, discussion and possible action, conditional use permit amendment to the Epic Systems Corporation Group Development to allow for the construction of a contractor annex building to be located at 1979 Milky Way. And I believe Mr. Sayer is going to give a background. He's going to do it for items A and B.
I'll be brief on this, as Mr. Dickman did a good job of explaining the request. We did look at it from a zoning requirement. It does meet all the bulk requirements. The building itself is located right here. The solar field is approximately in this area, and there's some barns, and the food plots are southwest of the site. So access would be obtained from going from the north through the existing parking lot. For reference purposes, this is the existing annex building, and this is the future Campus 4, which right now has a very large hole in the ground. Architecturally, as Mr. Dickman explained, it would look like a barn. It would blend into the existing out and storage buildings that are currently located on the Epic property. It would also blend into the existing landscaping and feature in the area. As we discussed at the last Plan Commission meeting, the property would be, or the building would be, on a septic system. The reason for that is that it is located a considerable distance from the nearest access to get sanitary service. In addition, this is not located within the urban service area. And finally, obviously, this is planned currently as a contractor annex building, but the long-term plan of this building is a storage use. It's not for it's not going to be used forever as offices for employees. That's until construction slows or stops. However, the site will be provided with municipal water. Part of the reason for that is I believe the building will be sprinkled with a sprinkler system, and that's for fire protection purposes. We'll possibly have that in place. But it was one thing staff looked at and requested that be put in place. We did go through the conditional use permits findings of facts, and it does meet those requirements. So with that, staff does recommend that the Plan Commission recommend or approve the site plan for the proposed annex building to be located at 1979 Milky Way. And second, staff recommends the Plan Commission recommend to the Council approval for the amendment to Epic's Group Development Conditional Use Permit to allow for the construction of a contractor annex building with the following conditions. 1, the type, capacity, location, and layout of a private wastewater disposal system shall comply with all requirements of the state and county. 2, the owner shall operate and maintain the private disposal facility in a sanitary manner at all times and at no expense to the city. And 3, at such time as public sewer becomes available to serve the building sewer shall be connected to the sewer within 90 days, and then the private wastewater disposal system shall be cleaned of sludge and filled with sand, gravel, or similar material.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Any questions, comments, motions? Mr. Horsfall.
Yeah, Adam, have we ever approved septic in the history of Verona? ever approved a septic system?
I believe off the top of my head, I know Redden Park has a septic system in place, Redden Soccer Park. I know there's a couple wells in the city scattered here and there. Bob, can you recall any off the top of your head? Besides
Redden Park is the only one. Redden Park is the only one with their own private septic system. They also have their own private well.
And that's within the,
That's within the city. And those were approved a year ago, year and a half ago.
flip that one by me. I got a question for Mr. Dickman, if he has a chance to come back up. Is there any way that you could move this within the urban service area? You know, I understand the concept of the, and I guess I'm kind of Don Quixote here, tilting at windmills. But that said, it's a very nice looking building. And the argument that the reason you're putting it here is so that it's out of sight is kind of, you know, too bad, because if you could just move it to within the urban service area, then I wouldn't have an objection. It's a nice looking building anyways. What's your thought process about why here beyond trying to keep it out of sight?
The other alternative area that we could put it in is an area that, if it would be to the east of that, that's in the urban service area, but if we need more room for office buildings, is a primary place for office buildings. And the last thing I'd like to do, or Epic would like to do, is put it in the place where an office building is likely to go. This would be it would be on it would have to go on the east side of the ridge that this is just over on the west side. What I'd prefer to do is, we are looking at making a urban service expansion request in the relatively near future, is to put this building in that request. Now, I can't predict how long that takes, but it typically takes 6 to 9 months if everything goes smoothly. I would suggest we put this building in this property in that request, and as soon as, or assuming that that is approved, then make a connection into to a sewer connection. I mean, if you recall the history of the current contractor building, the sewer ran 10 feet from the building, but there was a property line and this line of the urban service area between the sewer and where the building was located, and we had to go through an entire urban service expansion to hook up a building that was 10 feet from the sewer and about 150 feet from the interceptor. So not all of this makes total sense, but in my opinion, it would be a better way is to leave the building where it is and move rapidly on the urban service expansion. And as soon as that is done, we abandon the septic system and tie it into the sewer.
Just another follow-up. What is your schedule for, once you get approval? Would it be you're breaking ground tomorrow?
Yeah.
Next week?
And the reason for that is this. The current building is located just to the north of the Campus 4 ramp excavation. And for any future development where that building is, we really have to lower that ridge. I think it's 10 feet or something like that, but it's solid rock. And we'd really like to get that rock out of there before we have a building sitting, 20 feet away. So getting the current contractor building out of the way and into a new building is really pretty important. I mean, our alternative is we go into 30 construction trailers again and surround them with porta potties. And it seems to us that a more reasonable solution is build this building, get the urban service expansion, and then tie it back into the sewer rather than going to the construction trailer and porta potty route.
I perfectly understand that. It's just, I'm not gonna vote for it because that's the way I feel about cities, and it's not you guys, it's more, cities are on sewer and water, so. With that said, you know, the sooner you get it off, that's what I'm looking forward to, so.
Yeah, we want to get it off.
Yeah. I understand the scheduling, it's a scheduling thing, not a.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Horsfall. Any other questions? Mr. Lytle?
I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of the conditional use permit to allow the construction of a contractor annex building with the following conditions. As shown in the staff report, the type, capacity, and location of private wastewater shall comply with requirements of the state and county. B, the owner shall operate and maintain the private disposal facility in a sanitary manner at all times at no expense. And C, my motion would be to, at such time as public sewer becomes available, building sewer should be connected to the sewer within 90 days. And I would just change that slightly to say, and abandoned in compliance with appropriate DNR requirements. I don't think we want to specify how people should abandon sewers. I don't think that's really the city's expertise. So that's the motion.
Any thoughts on that change, Mr. Sayer?
No, that's fine.
Okay. We got a motion by Mr. Lytle. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Manley. Any further questions, comments? This is a recommendation to the Common Council. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Let the record show Mr. Horsfall would no. Next item is 7B. Discussion and possible action, site plan review to allow for the construction of a contractor annex building to be located at 1979 Milky Way. Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I think it's been mentioned previously this evening that it's an attractive building, and I agree. I do have one question for Mr. Dickman, and that relates to the traffic. And I'm sorry I didn't ask it while you were up here. You're going to get a lot of good exercise tonight going back and forth.
I need it.
The gentleman, Mr. Geller, had expressed concern that I think you found to be legitimate about traffic on Country View Road. And I wonder if with the realignment of Northern Lights, and when Nine Mound is terminated, so that you've got a more a better connection to Highway PD, would it make sense that at the southern end of your property that Epic Lane and Milky Way could converge, and not Epic Lane wouldn't continue onto Country View Road? That would be stubbed off as well?
Boy, I think you have to talk to the residents on Country View Road.
They might want to get south.
They'd like to get south without having to go north. I think the better answer to that is, as the Nine Mound and PD intersection gets improved, which is, we're working on that design right now, and with an improved connection to Hubble Road, which will traverse the northern end of the site, they'll actually be able to get into where they want to go, which is Voyager Hall. faster and easier by coming down Nine Mound on the improved Nine Mound and on the improved Hubble
Okay.
than going Country View. Anybody who would take the Country View route then would be nuts because it would be a lot easier, faster, and safer to go Nine Mound and Hubble.
Thank you.
Any motions, comments? Anything? Mr. Manley.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan.
We have a motion, Mr. Manley, to approve the site plan for the construction of an annex building located at 1979 Milky Way. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Lytle seconds it. Any more questions? I see none, so all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
And Mr. Horsfall opposes. Votes no. All right. Thank you. And we're up to item 8. Public hearing for a general development plan for a planned unit development located immediately south of Glacier Edge Elementary School at 845 Kimball Lane. The proposed PUD will allow for the construction of 35 single-family houses and 20 zero-line homes. This is a public hearing. A motion to open the public hearing. Mr. Horsfall, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Ritter. All those in favor of opening the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the public hearing is open. Mr. Sayer, you please give us some background?
Sure, this is the General Development Plan, also known as the GDP, in the plan development process. The plan development process is a 3-step, or actually 4-step process. The first step is a conceptual review that was completed for this project early this year. The second step is the General Development Plan. That's where the ordinance for that is, the actual project is put into place. And then finally, there's usually a precise implementation plan. For this project, there wouldn't be that case. The building permits would be the precise implementation plan because, as we've discussed previously, looking at individual houses on a case-by-case basis may not be the best use of all our times. So we're in basically the last step of this project. What the plan development process does, it allows zoning exemptions to be granted for projects in exchange for certain types of developments to occur. This is a recommendation tonight to the Common Council, and as required by ordinance, there is a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Is there anybody, the developer, would like to speak at all? Got her covered?
Good evening. My name is Jack Lund, and I live at 852 Cheshire Castle Way, which is one of 8 condo units that back up to the proposed development property. And we have several concerns. Currently, that area has been left unattended for a good many years. Consequently, it is full and overgrown with weeds, dandelions, thistles, and others. And when there is a wind, a lot of the seeds from those blow over into our backyards or into our yards, and we have to hire a lawn service to come in and control the weeds in our lawns, and that is a real concern for us. Our second concern is with water runoff. The grading on that property after the development of the condo association is on a grade level higher than our yards and slants down toward our yards. So whenever there is a bad storm, all the water runs off into our yards, into our patios, and sometimes into our basements. So when the property is developed, we would like to have some assurance that proper grading will be made so that that does not happen and we don't have that water problem. Another consideration we'd like to have is a privacy fence. There will be a number of houses and backyards that back up to our property. And for privacy, not only for our owners and residents, but also for the owners of the properties that will be built there, we would like to suggest a privacy fence be built along the property line, a low maintenance fence probably out of vinyl or something like that, so that we won't have a problem with maintenance. The final consideration we have is with a easement that the city has that goes between a couple of our condo units. That easement currently goes back into that field where the development will take place and will probably be, in the end, be someone's backyard. And we were wondering if it is necessary or if the city would want to maintain or continue to maintain that easement. And if not, if that area could be turned back over to the condo association, since we maintain it anyway.
Okay. We'll address your concerns after the public hearing is over.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anybody else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
My name's Bob Lindauer. I'm at 854 Cheshire Castle Way. My house butts up to Jack's. My biggest concern, I mean, I'm all for it, but the biggest concern is the runoff. And the way when I sit looking out my backyard and I look up a hill right now, and I'm the one he's talking about that has the water in the basement from all the water runoff. I have three drain tiles that I have to put out every time there's predicting of rain because there's so much water. And that has to be the #1 priority. That something has to be done with the leveling or fixing of all that dirt that's up there. I guess my other concern is how the developer is going to sell the lots and how he's going to pick 1 through 35 and which one's going to be first, second, third, fourth, and so on. And where's all that dirt going to go as the lots are sold, and how he's going to push that dirt around while taking care of the water problem. Those are my two biggest concerns. I'm all for it, let them build it, but we need to do it right. And I guess I hope that you, council, will do it right and make sure that us, small little condo association, is kind of taken care of and looked after too. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this? Anyone from the public wishes to speak? Last call. Anybody from the public wish to comment? I see none. I'd like a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ritter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Manley. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, and public hearing is closed. Next item is 8A, discussion and possible action. General Development Plan, GDP for a planned unit development located immediately south of Glacier Edge Elementary School at 845 Kimball Lane. Mr. Sayer, do you have anything to add?
Yes. So the site itself was actually approved in November of 2005 as a planned unit development to construct 2 apartment buildings and 94 townhouse units. Obviously, with the collapse of the economy, that project was not completed. So what was constructed were the 2 apartment buildings and actually 16 townhouse units, which are right here in the black, and they're in the orange area outlined in the black, and there's also an existing building approximately right here. So those 16 units were constructed in those areas. With the economy kind of falling apart there in 2008, a developer did approach the city in both 2009 and 2010 looking at making amendments to that planned unit development to reduce the number of townhouses because there was a weak market for those townhouses. Those projects went away for a variety of reasons and just fell apart due to the economy or just the lack of developer interest. But in January 2014, if you recall, this came back to the Plan Commission and the Council, and the applicant did submit four designs at that time. One of them was very similar to what you see before you today, and there were 3 other ones that had a variety of designs having, I guess, parkland areas instead of some streets in the middle, a conventional subdivision layout that was more similar to our traditional CR requirements, and there was a last one which I can't recall what it looked like. But the bottom line was this basic design in front of you today went to the Plan Commission and Council, and in general the Plan Commission and Council supported the design that was before you today. They also came back in April of 2014 with a preliminary plat for this project, which was ultimately approved by the Council in April as well. So tonight before you is the GDP, the General Development Plan. This is basically what grants the entitlements in the zoning process. As I stated in the public hearing, there is no PIP for this one. Those are the building permits itself. Traditionally, we've treated the building permits as the PIP for this project. The townhouses, when the newer townhouses are constructed, and those would have to come back. Right now with the existing townhouses located on this lot 31, lot 32, that would be picked up and relocated, I believe, to the 48, 49, 50, and 51. So it'd be physically picked up and moved and trucked over to that site before obviously developing this project. And at a future date, the developer would come back with an additional building that would contain 4 townhouse units and construct that on lots 52, 53, 54, and 55. The purpose for the zero lot line subdivision process is right now those are classified as condominiums. Condominiums are still challenging to sell at times, partially because of the financial market, partially because when a bank sees that a condo is not fully built, that's a red flag to them. So by converting these to zero lot lines, the reality is the banks look at them a lot more favorably when it comes to financing and when it comes to actually selling these as well. So that's the big push behind the zero lot line. Those actually wouldn't change the look that's out there right now. It just would be a different type of ownership. Instead of a condo, it'd be a zero lot line, and nothing would change except what you call it. As part of the plan development process, the applicant is requesting some bulk setback exemptions, which I'll get into in a little bit. Those would include front, side, and rear yard exemptions. The applicant's attempting to make a more what's called a traditional neighborhood design, which is a TND development, and that's closer to Smith's Crossings in Sun Prairie, Grandview Commons in Madison, and Middleton Hills in Middleton. Those projects have alleyways, those projects have smaller lots, attempting to create more of that community feel to it as well. Access to the site is unchanged from what you've seen before. The applicant is proposing a looping public street here called Schubert Street. And then you'd also have Brahms Way in the middle here as well. Those streets would have 56 feet of right-of-way, contain 32 feet of pavement. They'd have sidewalks on both sides and 6-foot terraces on both sides. As we've discussed before, the street would be 4 feet smaller than your typical city street. A typical city street curb to curb is 36 feet. This would be 32 feet face-to-face, curb to curb. Due to looking at this, at the amount of traffic we expect on this, staff feels that that's probably appropriate for this area. The applicant's also proposing 2 private outlot alleys. These would be classified as outlots. Those would be privately maintained by the association. Lots 16 through 35 would take access to their garage off the alleyway in the rear. The lots itself, lots 1 through 15, would range in size from approximately 5,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet. The CR district requires a 6,000 minimum square foot lot size, so the applicant is requesting exemption for some of these lots and also the remaining lots. These lots 1 through 15 would have front-loaded garages and would have, I believe, a 5-foot or a 20-foot setback instead of your typical 25-foot setback off the front. Lots 16 through 35 would be rear-loaded from the alley, so the garages would be in the alleyway, so the house would just be fronting the street itself, so you'd be looking at only the house itself. The back would have the minimum of 2-car garage in the rear, and that's how people would gain access to their garage. The alleyways would be 24 feet wide and have 16 feet of paved street with an 18-inch rollover curve. And like I said previously, those alleyways would be maintained by the homeowners association. Drainage and stormwater, I'll let Bob in a few minutes get to the questions that were raised tonight about that, but a stormwater plan would be required for this project. As of right now, the submitted drawings, stormwater would go into the existing pond that's located north of the apartment complex and just south of the gas station office development in that area. So at this time, staff doesn't have any concerns about how that will be addressed, but Bob will get into some of the details that were raised. Architecturally, some specific architectural details were provided within the GDP, and that includes requiring front porches on this project, a minimum 2-car garage, and additional design elements to try to add additional architectural features to the single-family project. When building permits come in, I will be reviewing those to make sure they do conform to the general development plan. If they don't, I'll either deny the permit, or if someone wants to appeal my decision based upon they disagree with my opinion, that will be appealable to the Plan Commission. So if for some reason I feel it doesn't fit the requirements in the GDP, the applicant or the builder will have to come back, either revise the plan or come back to the Plan Commission and basically try to convince you why I'm wrong. Combining my report here as part of this project, obviously there's a final plat involved. The final plat would plat these 35 single-family lots, these 20 lot line units. It would also create the 2 outlots for the alleyways. Outlot 2 would be a private park that would be maintained by the homeowners association, but most likely would be open to the public as well. Outlot 4 would just be green space. I know the applicant has mentioned in the past just as an open space for kids to run, or possibly a dog run area as well. Staff has no concerns with these open space areas. As part of the process as well, the applicant is requesting a rezone for lots 1 through 35. Lots 1 through 35 are currently zoned urban residential, which is the city's multifamily zoning district. The applicant's requesting a rezoning to the CR district, which is our one of our single-family zoning districts. That district is most similar to what the applicant is requesting here tonight. PUD exemptions the applicant's requesting is to have lots smaller than 6,000 square feet. The lots throughout 1 through 35, some would be smaller than 6,000 square feet, and that require an exemption through the PUD process. The lot widths, the applicant's requesting a smaller lot width than 50 feet. A few of the lots in here are actually 48 feet instead of 50. Front yard setbacks, the applicant's requesting a front yard setback of 20 feet to a habitable wall. Porches and steps would be set back at least 8 feet from the property line. Once again, trying to create that visual appearance for porches within those lots that are numbers 16 through 35. Most of these types of developments have porches, steps leading up to it, a place for people to sit together. So those would be closer than the house itself. The applicant's also requesting a 6-foot side yard setback for 2-story houses. The ordinance requires 8 feet right now, so that'd be a 4-foot change from what we require. And also requesting a rear yard setback for the alleyways for 5 feet instead of the typical 25 feet. Some of the questions raised tonight that I can address real briefly. Fencing, by ordinance, I can't require the fencing. It's up to the Planning Commission if you want to take that under consideration. How the ordinance is listed and worded is it goes by requiring fencing for when the most intensive use comes in that's zoned. So the applicant's proposing the zone lots 1 through 35 is that CR zoning district. That's a single family district. The duplexes are actually zone MR, which is the duplex zoning district is actually a more intensive zoning district than the CR district. So by ordinance, I can't require that. If it was going the other way, that's a requirement that would be in place of a buffer yard or a fencing requirement, but that's something I can't put in place because it's actually a less intensive zoning district than the adjacent one. Easements, I believe the easement that was referred to was at some point there was a plan for a bike connection coming through the duplexes and along the rear of these properties, and then somehow coming behind the stormwater pond, behind the office building on Kimball Lane and Whalen, and somehow connecting into County Highway PD. I don't believe that's feasible anymore. It was an idea that was in the bike and ped plan from 2005, 2006 that was discussed at one point. But I think even with the previous PUD on this property, I don't believe that was even on that one as well. So I think, from a staff perspective on that easement issue, I don't think I have any concerns in releasing that easement or working with the property owners out there. Mostly from the fact that it's my understanding that we don't have any intention of completing that connection, because I don't believe it's possible anymore because of the projects that went in on the corner of Kimball and Whalen. If you go out there and actually look at the street, you'll see a curb cut for a future, I guess, bike path that was supposed to go in there at some point. And so if you walk out there, you'll actually see a big cut in the curb, and that's where it was supposed to go. But I don't know if we ever went forward with that, where that would go now. I don't think we have a good enough access down to Old County Highway PB. I think it's too steep. I think with the projects that have gone on elsewhere, it's just too challenging to complete. But I do recall a letter in the file at one point from the city Park and Rec director, Park and Forestry director, about that topic. I don't have it with me tonight, but I believe his intention was not to complete that in the future.
We haven't discussed it recently.
Okay, and I guess it hasn't been discussed recently as well. Regarding the phasing of the development, I guess I'll defer that to the developer, how he wants to discuss that. But there would be some type of phasing, is my understanding of this project, and I'll defer that to the developer. Without getting to Bob, I'll finish my report. We did go through the rezoning findings of facts, and I feel that does conform to the rezoning finding of facts. So that staff does recommend the following Plan Commission action. Recommend the Common Council approve the general development plan for the Hometown Grove development located on Kimball Lane. 2, recommend that the Common Council approve the zoning map amendment to rezone lots 1 through 35 of the future Hometown Grove development to community residential, which is CR. And 3, recommend that the Common Council approve the final plat for the Hometown Grove development to create 35 single-family parcels, 20 zero-lot line parcels, and 4 outlots, with the condition that prior to the issuance of building permits, the developer shall enter into a developer's agreement with the city. And I believe Mr. Gunlock can probably answer the questions regarding drainage.
Yeah, as the subdivision is developed and Schubert Street is constructed and Mozart Street, it'll cut off some of that water that's draining off of that hill toward the existing condominium buildings. It won't cut it all off. I think what we're gonna have to do is on lot 15 and 14 of Hometown Grove, we're gonna need to put some kind of a swale along there that drains out to Schubert Street to intercept that water that's coming off the hill and get it out to Schubert Street. Schubert Street will have curb and gutter and storm sewer, and we'll be able to collect the water there. So we'd cut the water off in the backyards. So, I mean, that's, and the way it looks to me, in the future here, lot 13, 14, and 15 are the only lots that will drain to the south towards those existing condo buildings. The street will be cutting everything off.
Thank you, Mr. Gunlock. Did developer like to add anything regarding the phasing and or any other questions that were, or respond to some of the questions that were brought up?
Good evening. This is Chuck Buell with Apex Building Repair. I'm the project engineer, project manager for this project. Thank you for helping us along with this, and I hope that you had an opportunity to look at the package that we did put together for the GDP, which is a little more substantial than what normally is required because Mr. Sayard asked us to include with that some design developments, and I wanted to point out that in the development of the homeowners association, in that there are 2 other forms of review for each one of those parcels before Mr. Sayers has to make a final decision. The developer first gets a chance to look at it, and then the homeowners building association, building architectural review committee will look at it, and their function is to make recommendations to the city to accept or to modify any of the construction. And this was all included in order to create and continue to create our design, I guess, concept of a traditional neighborhood design. This project, and we've talked about this before, but is not unique. It's been designed after an entire community, actually 3, that have similar type of designs and are functioning as we speak very nicely. In fact, ours actually has larger lots than the Linden Park project, which Veridian did out between Middleton and Verona here. They're very nice. We have met with the listing realtors now, have some idea what the lots will sell for. They're within what we have reported all along. So we feel like this is a good community for affordable housing. We'll have some $45,000 lots, as well as there's, I think, that one that goes up to, I believe that the largest one was 70,000. The building envelopes have already been defined so that we can tell pretty much what goes there. We have met with several other builders that have interest in purchasing several lots. Our intentions remain to hold this community open for single family or single purchases, so people could come into this area with their own builder and purchase a lot and with that builder, take the requirements that we've got outlined in the GDP and create and design a lot that will fit and be approved by actually 3 different entities. So we feel like we have instituted fairly good restrictions to be able to control the community and create a pleasant development. I really appreciate the comments that the condo owners have stated. Very important. Unfortunately, back 5 or 6 years ago, that property did stop, and they were left with mounds of dirt, and pretty much has been untouched since then. And that's why we hired D'Onofrio Kotke Engineers to design this property. I think that they've given you, I believe, Bob, the drainage plan. The entire site has been included in the master plan for the drainage, so that the retention pond below the 224-unit apartments will accept any of the water runoff that's on this property now. We just had to design a way to get it there. We expect that this will be one operation instead of phasing. We did look at phasing this thing, but the parcel's so small that to put a couple of dozers and 1 or 2 scrapers on it would be really tough to be able to divide it. So we are intending to create and develop the entire parcel, and we will develop the park that the homeowners association owns along. It'll be developed with the street system. So we will then have available the units. I wish I could tell you which lots we intend to develop, but that'll depend on the ultimate purchasers of those lots. I will tell you that we do anticipate that given final approval next week by the City Common Council, we will continue to move ahead. In the back of your packet, you see the numerous legal documents that do need to be executed, and we hope to have those executed and recorded by the end of June. Also, the end of June, we'll have D'Onofrio Kotke will have created the development building package, construction package, and that will be on the street hopefully by the end of that month. And we will call bids on the I think is on the, let's see, what was it, on the 10th? No, on the 11th of July, and award a contract on the 15th of July. So our time frame is fairly fast. The end of July then, between that point and that period of the award, we'll be meeting with the city and agree on and develop a developer's agreement, have everything executed that we can. During that period of time, we will begin to design a foundation on which the existing 4-unit apartment complex will be moved to. So that will be the very first construction-related activity that would be on place, and that will fall between June and July. Hopefully by mid-August, we'll be in a position to relocate the 4-unit building. We have contacted the current tenants of that building and have worked out agreements, and they'll be given the option to stay there if they choose, or we'll compensate them for the time that they wouldn't be able to be there. But the anticipated move from actually raising that building to put it in and having it hooked up on a new foundation is 2 weeks. So it's a relatively fast move. We'll have to have everything in place to do that. Our goal is to be able to have the completion of the construction by the 15th of October and have homes ready to be constructed by Thanksgiving. So that would be a tentative construction schedule, but it will include the entire area. So
What about the idea of a privacy fence?
Well, I felt pretty much the same way that Mr. Sayers is that the privacy fence, we didn't really intend to put it because they're gonna be single-family backyards backing up to single-family backyards. I think that I pretty much agree with him is that if we were gonna be developing a multifamily house against a lesser occupancy, then we would go ahead and screen it. But because those are going to be private lots that'll be sellable, we really don't have the authority to put a fence on a private property once they're sold. I guess we can look at the situation, but I think one thing for sure is that we definitely need to improve the drainage and the topography of the existing ground. Right now, there are topsoil piles that are laying there. The very first thing that we'll do is we'll regrade for where the 4-unit building is going to be relocated, and that will smooth that down. Yeah, it's a drainage problem, and we'll definitely be sure that that drainage is taken care of. The other thing that we did include in the GDP and actually the homeowners association documents is that our engineer will be required to set grade on all of the foundations. Therefore, we'll be able to control the grade and the drainage of each one of those lots. They're small lots, so we have to be careful that somebody doesn't build their home 2 feet higher than the neighbor and then runs all of his runoff onto the neighbor and can't deal with it. But I think we can solve that problem by us being responsible and requiring that we set the grades so that we should be able to balance the area.
So just to interpret a little bit of what you're saying, to answer the question about the runoff, probably by Thanksgiving, the road will be in and all the grading will be done and runoff should be significantly
That's our plan,
improved.
yes.
Okay. Okay, any questions or comments for people? Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I guess I would just note, from my standpoint, getting to the gentleman's question about the privacy fence. As I look at the site plan, I see Schubert Street essentially running adjacent to people's backyard. And I guess I'm persuaded that, you know, having the main feeder street for that neighborhood running adjacent to somebody's backyard probably justifies having a privacy fence.
You're talking about privacy fence along the green space up to lot 15?
Yeah, I don't know what I have in the online packet. I don't see lot numbers, but there are two buildings that I can see on it looks like Marlow Bay Drive. Yeah, it'd be lot 15.
Lot 15 and lot 14 do back up to the condominiums, the existing condominiums there that are on Gadsby Glen. There is an outlot, the outlot 4, which is just going to be an open green space. Fronts, let's see, that's lot 62 and 60. Or is that 61 and 60? 61 and 62 would back up to green space. A single-family home is lot 15 will back up to space lot 60, and the lot 14 backs up to lot 59.
Yes, I guess my point is where you see the curve in Schubert Street, there's a couple, it looks like duplexes on Marlow on
Yeah.
Marlow Bay Drive where the road abuts right up against what I'm assuming is that rear property line.
I see what you're saying. I really don't have a problem with that. If we can come up, excuse me, with a small maintainable fence and maybe some arborvitae or some plant or some screening in that area, that makes sense to me too. Okay, so if that, you want to make that a condition, I don't think we would object.
Okay. Any further comment, Mr. Manley?
You know, I guess it was I think it was the very last meeting that I was on the city council. This project was brought up for review, and I think there's actually good arguments both for and against doing this project. I think the arguments for are that if you're going to do something like this is probably the best place in the city to do it. It's a very challenging parcel, and you know, I think it's a nice attempt to try and make something productive and useful and valuable out of it. But as we discussed at council that evening, there were some public safety issues brought up by city staff. There were concerns that I shared about the actual size of the lots, and I'm just not sure that that lots that are that small are really appropriate for the city of Verona and the type of development we want to see. I think we have minimum lot sizes for a reason. And so I guess, you know, I think it's one of those issues where, you know, I could almost go either way on it. I want to help you and your project move forward, but at the same time, I'm just not real thrilled about, cramming,
Well,
this
I think
kind of
that
development onto
if you
such
had an
small lots.
opportunity to go out to Linden Park, we heard your comment and we investigated that. We went on the MLS and went out and looked at the available homes that are for sale in the development of Linden Park, and most of the homes that we looked at that were for sale were at an equal or less square footage of lots, and those homes were running, I think Steve had said, between 265 and 290, something like that. So the sales value of those houses and I think that project has been there for 5 or 6 years, is high. So I mean that leaves a good quality place, even though the lots are fairly small compared to the CR. That's correct. But in the traditional neighborhood design, it creates a little bit different function than a normal neighborhood. It forces less awareness of automobiles, more awareness of public interaction from the sidewalk to the porch. Is less size. That's why we requested that front setback be 20 feet. It's going to give more of an old feeling type of a neighborhood, and that's why we felt we had to include a nice little park to go along with that, because when we went through those 3 different traditional neighborhood neighbors, we did that last fall when mothers were out pushing the kids, and they took them down the public sidewalks, got to those parks, and they were able to sit around and communicate and let the kids play in the parks. And they were very close, and that's what, 35 lots isn't a very big development. In fact, there'll be some issues, and one of the gentlemen had mentioned, what do you do with the dirt that you dig? Well, we're going to have to truck it. It is a small place to build, and there are some problems. We've discussed how we're going to propose and invite other builders to take advantage of this. And one of the things is that none of those builders are going to be able to purchase a lot side by side. So if they choose to build, it's going to be speckled throughout the neighborhood, so that it will get some diversity of construction throughout the area, but you're also gonna get an area enough so that you're not gonna get 3 or 4 people building at one time, and then what do you do with the grade? The other thing is that I think in this kind of construction, I can see that the grade needs to be accomplished as you finish the foundation. You're not gonna be able to leave a big dirt pile. We'll be able to leave topsoil on one portion of the lots, but for the most part, they're gonna have to eliminate that and maintain that drainage as they construct. So, but I appreciate it. We're feeling pretty confident that this is a neighborhood that could qualify for a starter type community, affordable housing, but then it could be somebody wants to fix up their home and put some interior, quality interior things in it. It will warrant a good resale value also. And that's why Mr. Sayer has asked us to be sure that we define the design in the general, the GDP, so that the city has some teeth to be able to aid in that review process. Yes, sir.
Mr. Manuel?
Thank you. If I could just ask a couple follow-up questions. Will you remind me who's responsible for maintaining and plowing snow for the alleyways?
Yes, sir. The homeowners association is responsible for not only the snow removal of the alleys, but also the snow removal around the zero lot line homes. At the current time, those are condominiums. So the people that are residing in those, we have 3 owners, and then we've got 13 residents, tenants, and they all are enjoying lawn mowing, snow removal, and trimming and lawn maintenance, and we're going to continue that. So those zero lot line homes will be continued to get their sidewalks cleared, their parking lots cleared, as then will the alleys, and the alleys will be cleared of snow. They'll be maintained. There's enough money that we'll be requesting for a homeowners association fee on an annual basis that'll take care of any of the road repair, crack filling, and things like that in those alleys. So lawn cutting and that will not be offered in the 35 lots at this present time. If the homeowners association care to do that once they take over their association, they're free to do that if they'd like. But we didn't feel that we were in a position to be able to demand that.
And is there a dispute resolution process?
I'm sorry?
Is there a dispute resolution process?
There is.
Spelled out in the homeowners
it's
bylaws?
Spelled out, yeah, there's arbitration and a dispute, and the Architectural Review Committee has a say over some of the design, and also I think some of the disputes, if there is a dispute between homeowners. There's also a maintenance agreement for each one of the buildings in the zero lot line building. Each one of we have a maximum of 6. We've got 2 6-unit buildings. Each one of those buildings has a maintenance agreement where should one of the owners, or should there be a maintenance issue in that building, the owner of that section then would either share that, or they would have an agreement between the other 6 people. We didn't require them to have to go to 20 units. Each owner of the building will handle their own maintenance of that building. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I just want to, so that I'm clear, you said that homeowners association fees will pay for the snow removal in the alleys.
In the alleys and the sidewalks around the public park, and the sidewalk that fronts the open green space.
And those homeowners association fees are assessed against everyone who is a property owner in the
There will
subdivision?
be, there will be a different, the zero lot line owners will pay a slightly higher fee than the homeowners, because they're gonna get more service.
Mhm.
So, but it will be called out, and there's a stipulation in the covenants that say that once you buy a lot, you're automatically a member of the homeowners association. And each lot has one vote towards the voting and the operation of the homeowners association. And that is in the back of your pamphlet. I did give you a breakdown so you can see what does have to be recorded. I do have to go and speak with each one of the owners because they're a part of the land, so that the three owners of the existing zero lot line lots do have to sign off, and they're a part of the recording of all the documents. But they each have copies of all of this, and we do have an approval in writing that they are on board. We have not had them execute this for recording purposes yet, though.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Lytle?
Maybe you could clarify for me, the folks that spoke up during the public hearing stage. Are we talking about the duplex units? You mentioned a different address, but I thought the duplex units were on Marlowe Bay.
Okay, answer your question?
Yes.
Our road is.
Could you come to the microphone?
Again, it's Bob Lindauer, and it's Cheshire Castle Way. And I think on all the pictures you have, it's labeled Marlowe Bay. Our road is not labeled correctly on your prints. We live on Cheshire Castle Way. So who's ever talking about Marlowe Bay, that's not us. And our condos butt right up to the open lots.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I'm still not clear on where.
The drawing on your screen right now, and it should be maybe on the screen up there. If you look at it, the condos that I think Mr. Lindmauer lives in is one of these back here, and this is Cheshire Castle Way. It's a looping street that does a loop around.
Okay.
In the middle are single-family houses. On the backside, including the ones you kind of see in the shadows here, those are the duplexes. And that's one of your condos. I think is this one possibly, if I'm correct.
No, we said
They're not
open space.
duplexes.
I'm sorry,
They're
duplex.
condos.
Yes.
They're not duplexes. We live in condos.
Let me clarify. There's 2 units in there, and the condominium is a form of ownership, but it's actually technically by ordinance it's called a duplex, but a condo is a form of ownership of it.
There's
So-
4 double buildings.
Yes.
And my house, along with Jack's, is up in the, butts right up into that corner.
Okay.
The largest lots in the corner, and that's where all the runoff that he was talking about comes into my basement.
Okay, so
I
that's-
hope that can be addressed somehow, some way.
That's southerly.
It comes
or a
all
little
down
bit
that way.
west. Okay.
And I invite
okay.
all you to come out there if you've never been out there yet, to just come back to my backyard or to that land out there and stand and look up the hill. So I invite you all to come on out.
Thank you. So I feel like, Mr. Gunlock, the explanation you gave of the stormwater management seems to address the vast majority of the water that should be coming down that hill. I'm still a little torn as to whether we want to start requiring fences in the backyards of single-family lots, 14 and 15. And that's correct, Mr. Sayer, that those are single-family lots?
Those are, I believe, what Mr. Manley and the applicant were discussing was the area along this kind of private green space as it curves to that lot 15. I think that was the area that Mr. Manley was mentioning, and the applicant had kind of agreed to doing some fencing or some landscaping in. And approximately this area to, I would imagine, someplace over in here as well. And that's the closest area. As you come down that road, you'd actually see those headlights shining that way.
Right.
So I don't think the discussion was on the actual lots 14 and 15. It was kind of in that quasi area between the sidewalk and the green space there of how something could be done there to kind of shield those headlights.
Okay. I think in general, I would be more inclined to look at vegetative screening versus a fence to be maintained there. But I'm not going to stick my neck out and say it has to be one thing or the other. Then just a more general comment that I've been in support of this as it's come through the various stages. I feel like there's been a lot of input, and it was sort of driven home this weekend. I was talking to someone who's soon becoming an empty nester with graduation this spring, and he and his wife aren't ready for a townhouse, but would like to have an option to build a smaller house with a smaller yard to maintain. And I think what we've talked about all along is this adds to the diversity of housing stock available in the city, and who knows where they'll end up. But I think there are more families out there that are maybe shrinking rather than growing that might be looking for these types of properties. So I'm glad to see this come back.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Ms. Ritter.
I have two questions. The first one is, can you tell us a little bit about the plan for the park and what, I'm assuming that the developer is going to initially build the park since it's a private park. And that leads to my second question of, until this gets populated, who is going to maintain, and I'm assuming the developer is planning to maintain all of the sidewalks that are built and the park until the homeowners association takes over?
That is correct. In a development, the declarant or the developer will maintain this until, I believe it's, well, in this case, it's probably 75% of the homeowners of the lots will be sold individually. And once that's taken care of, the homeowners association will take control of that, and the fees will be then maintained, the maintenance. And yes, we will develop the park as the first thing that we do. Once the sidewalks and the roads go in, we'll develop the park. And in your 3-ring notebook, the third or the fourth page outlines the plan for the park, and there are sidewalks that meander through that area with approximately 2,500 feet of finished mulch, and we plan to purchase an upgraded gym, the playground equipment, which we will center in that park. And then there'll be conversation benches around it, and I think it shows on there, along with a fairly extensive planting. So we're gonna, the park is what we feel a draw to the community. We need to complete the park because if people come into the area, they want to see that we're doing what we say we're doing. The street lights will be in place. They're going to be colonial style street lights. I believe there's 7 of them located around the circle. So when you look at the area, once the trees are planted in the terrace, it will be a cozy little neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Any further, Mr. Arslow?
Just to reiterate, I'm not going to vote for this. Again, I think 6,000 square feet is the number that we came up with back in 2000 when we went for, or created CR zoning. And to say that your lots that are 4,000 square foot and selling at 260,000 plus any condo fees you have to pay is affordable is, I don't think that's realistic either. And so I guess, I'm not going to convince anybody, but I'm not going to vote for this because of the lot size. I think we have created CR for a reason, and that's what our needs are. I think we start at 4,000, then we should really probably start a new zoning code for that. And, I think it's a slippery slope. Once we go 4,000, someone else comes in and says 2,000, more affordable. So I think, we created CR for a reason, and I think we should stick with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Horsfall. Any other questions, comments, or motions? We're on item 8A. Any motions, comments? Anyone? All right. Mr. Mayor Hokumer?
I will make a motion that we are recommending approval here, correct? I make a motion that we recommend approval of the GDP for a planned unit development located immediately south of Glacier Edge Elementary School at 845 Kimball Lane.
We have a motion by Mayor Hokumer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lytle. And this is a recommendation of the Common Council. Any further comments, questions? Mr. Heinzen?
I would just note that I'm going to vote no as well for the same reasons as Mr. Horsfall is going to.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Let the record show we have Mr. Horsfall, Mr. Heinzen, and Mr. Manley vote no. Motion passes 4-3. Next item up is number 9. It's a public hearing for a zoning map amendment to rezone lots 1 through 35 located within the future Hometown Grove plat from their current zoning classification of urban residential to community residential located at 845 Kimball Lane. Is there a motion to open up the public hearing? Moved by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Lytle. All those in favor of opening up the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And we're in public hearing. Is Mr. Sayer, is there anything you'd like to add?
Once again, this is a public hearing to rezone the property. Public hearings are required by ordinance. This is a recommendation to the Common Council. The request would rezone lots 1 through 35, the proposed Hometown Grove plat, to the CR district. As I stated previously, those lots are currently zoned UR, which is the city's multifamily zoning designation.
You had explanation. Is there any comments, questions, motions? Oh, sorry. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this? Sorry, got ahead of myself. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this? Anybody from the public? Last chance. Anybody from the public wish to speak? I see none, so I look for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ritter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Manley. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion passes. We're on to 9A, which is the zoning map amendment. Mr. Sayer had just talked about. Any questions, comments? Mr. Lytle?
At this time, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval to the council of the zoning map amendment to rezone lots 1 through 35 of future Hometown Grove plat from their current zoning classification of urban residential to community residential located at 845 Kimball Lane.
We have a motion by Mr. Lytle. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ritter. Any further questions, comments? I see none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right, so Mr. Heinzen, Mr. Horsfall, and Mr. Manley vote no, so the motion carries 4-3. And that is a recommendation of the council. So we're up to item 10, discussion and possible action, final plat for Hometown Grove to create 35 single-family parcels, 20 zero-lot line parcels, and 4 outlots located at 845 Kimball Lane with the requirement that prior to issuance of building permits, developers shall enter into developer's agreement with the city. Any comments or questions on that? Ms. Ritter?
Just one question. Are there any other conditions that the city wants to put on this pending our discussions this evening?
It's up to you. You want to put the fencing one in. Mr. Horsfall?
I think we should add the swale also, 14 and 15, to divert the stormwater to street.
Microphone on?
Sorry.
You want to repeat that?
That should, part of the amendment should be to, our condition should be to have a swale on lots 14 and 15 that direct stormwater to the street. And the name of the street is Schubert.
Are you making that?
I'm making that suggestion. I'm not going to vote for the thing, but and the fence, so.
Is there any comments, questions, or motions? Mr. Manley?
I think it's a good suggestion, and I think all of us, you know, want to do what we can to make sure that when developments happen, that to the extent that there are problems, particularly stormwater problems that are affecting adjacent property owners, that we do what we can as a city to rectify those problems. And I guess I have a question for Bob, and I wonder, do you see a scenario whereby this project could move forward without the swales and still adequately address stormwater runoff for those the people who raised the concerns at the public hearing?
By looking at the GDP, there's a grading map in there, and the grading map shows that water that's coming from this property and going onto those condominiums, those condominiums were supposed to be graded, so the stormwater ran down between those properties and onto the other street. Apparently that was not done when those condos were built. So now what has to happen is we have to have a swale back there to intercept that water. Otherwise, we are not going to stop the problem. I mean, it's going to keep running off of those 3 lots. We will intercept some of the water with the street and pick it up that way. But those 12, 13, and 14, that water is still going to want to go to the south and onto those condo properties. And without a swale, there's no way to stop it. I don't want to put a storm sewer back there. So a swale is the easiest, a shallow swale. The property owners can mow it, maintain it, and it just collects water and directs it to the street when there's heavy rains.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Ritter?
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we recommend to the Common Council approval of the final plat for Hometown Grove to create a 35 single-family parcels, 20 zero-lot line parcels, and 4 outlots, with the following conditions: that prior to issuance of building permits, the developer shall enter in a developer's agreement with the city. Second, that there is construction of needed swales to deal with the stormwater issue, and that they should be approved by the city engineer. And finally, the construction of a fence along the open space, between the open space area and the condominium properties that are on Cheshire Castle Way that abut that open space area, and that the fence be approved by the city staff.
Just for clarification, then the swales would deal with runoff on lots 13, 14, and 15?
Really, 14 and 15.
14 and 15?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lytle. Any questions or comments further? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right, let the record show Mr. Heinzen, Mr. Horsfall, and Mr. Manley vote no, and the motion passes 4-3. And that is also a recommendation of the Common Council. Next, we're up to item 11. That's public hearing for zoning ordinance amendment to Chapter 3 Shoreland Wetland Zoning of Title 13 Zoning Ordinance of the City of Verona Code of Ordinances. The proposed amendment will allow the city to regulate land designated as shoreline that was annexed by the city after May 7th, 1982, and that prior to annexation was subject to Dane County Shoreland Zoning Ordinance. So I make a motion, look for a motion to open the public hearing. Motion by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ritter. All those in favor of opening the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And we're in public hearing. Mr. Sayer, would you like to give a little background, please?
Sure, this is a request by the city to amend our ordinance. Currently, our ordinance reads that any properties annexed to the city after May 7th, 1982, and within 1,000 feet of a lake, river, or stream, or 300 feet within a stream, classified as a shoreland area, must be governed by Dane County shoreland regulations at the time of annexation. A recently adopted Act 80 signed by the governor allows cities and municipalities to basically get rid of that county shoreline zoning requirements. What it says is if the city adopts a model ordinance as drafted by the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, those properties annexed to the city after May 7th, 1982 would be regulated by the city ordinance versus the Dane County ordinance that's in place right now. What this does is basically give us more control over our land uses. And while it hasn't been a problem in the city in the past, I can probably give you a whole list of issues I've had in the past of how this has caused some headaches. So it's a good thing that the city can actually regulate what's going on in those areas, and it will, I think, be beneficial in the long term. Waterways that would be impacted would be areas that are deemed navigable, and those might include Badger Mill Creek, Gateway Pond. There's a dry tributary to Badger Mill Creek south of West Verona Avenue, and there's possible those 3 quarries in the city could be deemed navigable by the DNR. Some of those have not been deemed navigable, but they would be, and the property was annexed after May 7th, 1982. That means they'd fall under Dane County shoreline zoning ordinances. Staff has a draft ordinance in the packet. This was a model ordinance that was created by League Wisconsin Municipalities. It was also reviewed by the city attorney. So we recommend that the Planning Commission recommend the Common Council approval and adopt the amendments to Title 13, Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances regulating shoreline, wetland, and zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. So we're in public hearing. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this? Anyone from the public who wishes to speak? And last chance, anybody who wishes to speak from the public? There's nobody. I will look for a motion to close the public hearing. Moved by Mr. Lytle. Second by Mr. Heinzen. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And public hearing is closed. Next item is 11A, discussion and possible action zoning ordinance amendment to Chapter 3, shoreland, wetland zoning of Title 13, zoning ordinance of City of Verona Code of Ordinances. The proposed amendment will allow the city to regulate land designated as shoreland that was annexed by the city after May 7th, 1982, and that prior to annexation was subject to Dane County shoreland zoning ordinance. So, Mr. Sayer, anything further to add? Any questions? Mr. Horsfall?
In Gateway, is that Kettle after 82?
I believe that property was annexed to 82. I'm not sure if it's been deemed navigable. I know we have to pump it, and we have to
I've
get
seen little paddle boats on it.
I'm sure if you went out there and you asked for a determination, it would be deemed navigable, yes.
Mr. Gunlock?
That pond has been determined by the DNR to be navigable and waters of the state.
What about the one by Country View?
No.
There's not much water in there.
Not
sometimes.
yet, but it could be.
So I guess I'm asking, are those homeowners then subject to this new ordinance?
We pass.
Mr. Sayer?
Right now, they'd be subject to the Dane County shoreline regulations that were in place at time of annexation. So if you pass this, then they would be subject to the regulations in place in the City of Verona ordinances instead, which is the ordinance that was, the 4-page ordinance that was in your packet.
Okay.
Ms. Ritter?
Couple questions. I'm not familiar with the Dane County regulations. Would you characterize them as more stringent than what's in front of us?
Yes.
Okay. And were the property owners that would be affected by this, were they informed that we were discussing it at this meeting tonight?
No, they weren't, and the city attorney and I discussed that, and it was a matter of there'd be a very large number that would have to be notified of that, and we felt the change was becoming less restrictive than what was in place right now. Obviously that was something, like I said, the attorney and I discussed, and it was, if we want to, we could take that back and notify them and have the public hearing, but the fact that it would be less restrictive than what's in place now, I felt it wasn't necessary. Part of the reason behind this too was the legislation actually has a certain date that we have to adopt this by, and I believe it's July 1st. And it's rather ambiguous. When I asked the attorney, I said, do we have to do this by that point, otherwise we can't do it? And he said, well, you can probably wait, but it's easier to be safe than sorry to be challenged on it later on when the legislation actually had a date within it that we had to do it by. So that was part of the reason why there was a more of a rush to kind of take the model ordinance and get this in place quickly so we can make sure we meet that deadline as well.
Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I'm going to support the ordinance, the change. I think it's a great idea. And Adam, you said it hasn't been a problem yet, but it wasn't very many years ago that the Dane County Watershed Commission had a crazy shoreland zoning proposal that was going to render homes that weren't anywhere near a shoreland, that don't abut a navigable waterway, subject to shoreland zoning ordinances, including minimum, buffer requirements on their property, potentially regulated color schemes for homes. I mean, it was just weird. And I, it went away, thankfully, but I think that it's prudent to try and get as much of the property in Wisconsin under our own shoreland zoning regulations as opposed to Dane County's regulatory spider web. And I guess I would take it the step further and say that it's my understanding that Dane County is the only county in the state where county shoreline zoning ordinances supersede city zoning ordinances. We're not?
Yes, sir.
No, I can give you examples from Waukesha County. Oh, I can give you a whole list. So it's the annexation issue that it supersedes in the annexation cases. And what that would do would say if the property is annexed after May 7th, 1982, if you adopt this ordinance, that they would no longer supersede.
I thought the legislature gave Dane County special authority to the Lakes and Watershed Commission to have all shoreland zoning essentially supersede cities. It might be something for us to look into. At any rate, if we can have, as a general matter, I think if we can have the city of Verona controlling the city of Verona's destiny, that's better than having Dane County control the city of Verona's destiny.
Mr. Gunlock, do you have a?
Well, I'm just gonna say, this is a good thing. It keeps the people from Verona having to go to the Dane County zoning administrator to get a permit to do something on their property if they are next to a navigable stream or pond. And if you could have a permit here in the city also issued, but it'd be much quicker and easier to get the permit through Mr. Sayer than to go to the Dane County zoning administrator. It would probably also be cheaper.
Thank you, Mr. Gunlock. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Horsfall.
At this time, I'd like to recommend the common council approve and adopt amendment to Title 13, Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinance regulating shoreline wetland zoning.
We have a motion by Mr. Horsfall. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Manley. Any further comments or questions? I see none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion carries. And that is a recommendation to the Common Council. We're up to item 12, discussion of possible action, extraterritorial certified survey map to modify lot lines for property located 7222 and 7226 Pine Row in the town of Verona. Mr. Sayer, you have some background on that, please?
Thank you. This parcel is located within the town of Verona at Pine Row. It's approximately a half mile from the city's boundaries. The request is actually to use a CSM to shift some lot lines. So on the map right now, this shows the existing parcels. The yellow is one parcel and the red is the different parcel. And basically what they're going to do is shift this lot line here. They'd shift it to the east and expand the yellow parcel and shrink the red parcel slightly. So they would not be creating any additional building lots. Our city ordinance does allow this type of land division within the town. When someone does not create any additional building sites, it is an allowable land division under our ETJ CSM authority. So it does meet the ordinance requirements, and staff has no issues with the request. With that, staff recommends the Plan Commission recommend the Common Council approval of the extraterritorial certified survey map for parcels located at 7222 and 7226 Pine Row in the town of Verona. I think the applicant may be here tonight, or the daughter of the applicant is here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sayer. Any questions or comments on item 12? Mr. Lytle.
I just say that, when we adopted this ordinance in the code, we had these exemptions for reasons exactly like this. So this seems like a clear-cut case to me where we would want to recommend that the city would want to approve it from an extraterritorial review standpoint. With that in mind, I'll make the motion to recommend to council that we approve the extraterritorial certified survey map for parcels at 7222 and 7226 Pine Row in the town of Verona.
We have a motion by Mr. Lytle. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Heinzen. Any questions or comments? I see none. Call the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you for being patient.
It was worth the wait, right? All right, we're up to item 13, discussion and possible action. Initial site plan review and zoning map amendment to allow for the construction of a two-story office retail building that would contain approximately 17,000 square feet of space located at 1135 Liberty Drive on the northeast corner of Liberty Drive and County Highway M. Mr. Steyer, do you want to start off?
Sure. So the request tonight is the initial review of the proposed 17,000 square foot office / retail building. Probably just safe to call it a commercial building. This is located at the northeast corner of Liberty Drive and County Highway M. Off the map on the bottom here, that's County Highway M, and this is Liberty Drive extending to the north there. The building itself would be situated approximately here on the property. From a bulk standpoint, setbacks were not provided on the plan, but however, it appears to meet all the required setbacks. One of the comments I've made to the applicant is to consider pushing this building actually towards the road a little more. It has some nice architecture to it. It has some nice features to it. It's a nice looking building. Instead of hiding it behind the parking, it's something we could possibly showcase as well. And probably in doing that, second recommendation would be to shift the proposed drive-through on the west side of the building and the patio on the east side and just flip them over. Flipping them would allow that to put the patio on the corner, be kind of more of the centerpiece again, and the drive-through would be more appropriate on the east side of the site because then it'd be better access there once the building is pushed and flipped. So those are my recommendations on the site itself from a bulk standpoint, and that would actually help frame the corner. In general, corners are the most important pieces of developments. It's the entrance to the project, and it's a way to kind of show off this is you're entering a new area, and it can create that special feel to it. Parking, the applicant's proposing 103 parking spaces. That's a ratio of 6 spaces per 1,000 square feet. Typical with these buildings that have a mix of uses and a variety of tenants, we can't perform a parking calculation at this time. For comparison purposes, the project at 611 Hometown Circle, that's the Little Caesars and Brews Brothers, that has 7 spaces per 1,000 square feet. Carbon Fleet has 3.5 spaces per 1,000. Advanced Auto Parts has 4 spaces per 1,000, and Dairy Queen has 20 spaces per 1,000. So this kind of falls within your typical retail area and it appears to be appropriate for the use. Architecture, as I said, the building will contain high quality materials. You'll have brick, stone veneer, ephes, and synthetic roof. The applicant's intending to make the building have more of an Italian look to it to kind of complement Verona, Italy a little more, and that's shown by some of the features in there, especially the roof itself and the materials that are being used. The rezoning, the property is currently zoned suburban industrial. The city's comprehensive plan identifies this parcel as a non-residential use. And specifically, the plan states a mix of commercial uses closest to the intersection of M and PB and office, business park, research, educational, light industrial, and corporate campuses uses further from this intersection. The city has taken great efforts to limit the amount of land that will be utilized for retail development in this area and has allowed only about 80 acres closest to the intersection of County Highway M and PB to be zoned for retail development. The city has taken great efforts to limit the amount of retail zoning in this area to reinforce the city's goal to continue to concentrate the bulk of retail land uses within our downtown and along Verona Avenue. The limited amount of retail development will also enhance the city's efforts to promote employment and job creation opportunities within the southeast neighborhood by creating the amenities and services that are necessary in close proximity to major employment centers. So right now, the uses or the properties on the east side of Liberty here, those are all zoned suburban industrial. The properties west of Liberty and approximately to a line that's in here, and to the south, those are zoned suburban commercial. So as part of this, the applicant would need to rezone this piece to suburban commercial. In general, staff believes a mixed-use building is consistent with the city's plans. The reality is this is probably called what you'd say a hard corner. It will have a future traffic signal on it. It probably makes sense to have more of a retail or commercial component versus a suburban industrial component in this site. Couple other comments just on the site plan in general. One of the items staff has requested on this is to have the applicant take a look at this driveway, shifting it to the east on Laser Street to avoid that cut in the median. And staff will work with the applicant as on these details as well. So one of the items on the screen right now is the overall site plan. I know that the next item on the agenda is on here as well, but just to provide the Plan Commission with an overview of how these projects are kind of starting to lay in with each other and hopefully make discussion a little easier for both projects tonight. So that staff recommends the Plan Commission review the submitted materials and provide feedback to the applicant. I know the applicant is here tonight along with the architect and a representative of the developer, and I'm sure they'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. The applicant, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes. My name is Jerry Berkwin, and I'm with Dimension 4. We're the architects working on the project. Also, Dean Salebi is here from KSW, who will be the builder on the project. And we are actually here for the previous two projects on the flex buildings, the other portions going on there. So these are actually the next phase of the overall Liberty Park development and what's going on in that area. And we kind of agree with actually this location. It's kind of one of the prime spots on the building. That's why it's got a little more character, a little more of a Verona type feel to the building itself. The first floor in this building actually will be commercial, restaurant, retail type of uses. And the people that we're talking to right now is there would be a restaurant at the corner out near Liberty Park and County Highway M out at that corner. And then on the other end, the other one we mentioned with the patio is actually more of a person that's looking more of like a karate studio, Pilates, yoga, which is more of like a quieter type of use. So when we looked at the layout of the building, it just kind of some of the reasons why we put things where we did in the building itself was, and talking to the potential users in the building themselves, the one wanted to have the outdoor patio, but that was more for he's using outdoor for some of his class activities on the one end, so that's why that patio was at that end of the building. Our thought was we wanted to have more activity at that main corner, and that's why even on the building we brought in that second level, that upper level patio, so we kind of stopped the building, put a tower feature at that location, and actually have a second level patio at that location also. Now, I think there are things we can do to actually probably get a little more green area on the front side of the building and reduce some of the parking. But I think it is important to show some activity along that side, especially for people like restaurants or for those type of uses. I think we can actually blend in a little more landscaping through that area. The other thing is that actually gives us a front door then actually on Liberty Park, and then a front door actually out toward the county highway also at that same time. So we've got our front entrance kind of being seen, which I think is the visibility is a key item on those. So we can bring people either by car, if they're by foot, or if they're bicycle, kind of bring them all through the same front door. The other thing, just from an orientation point of view, that's on our south side of our building. We try to avoid entrances being brought on the back side or north side of the building, just because they tend to be icy and cold and covered in shade most of the time. So if we bring them more to south exposure, we'll tend to do that more than anything else. The upper level of that building would be more office type of use. And actually, several members of the development team are probably going to put their offices up there right away. So that actually will take that portion as well as some other people in through that portion. So I think it's actually a good location for that building, what we're trying to do, and kind of get a good image through there. So I just kind of wanted to respond to some of those initial comments. I think traffic patterns and those type of things we can coordinate. One was just one more thing was where we have the drive-up lane, that's actually just a pickup window. So the restaurant that's looking to go there, it's like you would call ahead or email ahead place your order, and all you do is actually then you drive up, they let you know it's ready, and you just drive up and pick up at that. So it's not like you pull up to the speaker and place your order, you just kind of come in, you get it, and you can go right on through.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Mr. Horsfall?
Before you go away, was there any thought of flipping it and being it on the lot just to the west? So it kind of, right now it's on, as you go on Liberty Drive, it's to the right. Is a lot available to the left?
On the other side of Liberty Drive, the west?
Yeah.
Well, actually, if somebody else was looking at that potential location, there's some other ones, but
Okay.
our thought was that we wanted this one actually to kind of be the feature on that side and to get a little more office type of use over through that location or that side.
Right, knowing that the zoning isn't really, our plan was to have that from Liberty to the west be retail, right? Is that what I heard you say, Adam?
Mr. Sayer?
In general, it sounds like about 80 acres in that area was initially planned, and I think this area where this proposed building was identified as non-residential use, which is vague and not as specific as the called out area to the west there.
What's your thought? Is it more of a zoning question?
Yeah,
than
I mean, when Liberty Park all kind of came together, we want to try to limit how much retail and look more towards office. So that's why I think we kind of put that limitation in the zoning in to have it be limited amount of retail. With that said, it sure looks like a nice spot for it. So.
Yeah, I think our retail is really targeted more for just serving our people that are there, our business, whatever,
Right.
that location, whatever.
Right. It was at a time when, the plan was maybe a lot more of it was going to be retail, and so that's what we had to limit that. So for the downtown reasons, that kind of thing. So I think it looks good. I don't have a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Horsfall. Any other comments? Feedback? Mr. Lytle?
I guess it seems like I know you may have a tenant with a specific desire to be on the west side of Liberty Drive, but if you're looking for a little cross traffic from the hotel, now they're crossing 2 streets to get there. I would encourage you to see if you could stay on the west side of Liberty Drive. I'm not saying I wouldn't accept it on the east, but I think there could be some good reasons why you'd want it on the west.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Any further comments? Feedback? Ms. Ritter?
Sure. Architecturally speaking, I think the building looks beautiful. So I think it'll be a good first mixed-use building that you're putting out there. So kudos to you. I think it looks gorgeous.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll talk later.
Mr. Horsfall?
I got a quick question. Who drives your design? Is it you find a client and then you kind of architect around it, or do you architect around it and then search for clients?
Typically, ours, we've got a broader concept or scheme for the whole development, whatever, but then actually as the particular clients come in, of particular buildings and particular uses, we like to design toward those rather than design as, it's the same design no matter where in the process, so it kind of is driven by actually who's going in that building and what the client's need are.
Thank you.
I'd like to just comment, I agree with Ms. Ritter, it's a really nice-looking building. I also, kind of agree with Mr. Lytle, it's at the right spot in the development. I guess that's, looking for feedback. I kind of agree. I'm not sure I would vote against it just because of its location, but the preference would probably be on the west side there. And the last question I have is, what kind of restaurant are you talking? Is it like a sit-down restaurant, or?
Yes, actually, our sit-downs are actually talking to several, so they're sit-down restaurants. But also they do is, like I said, if they'll be online, so you can kind of place your order ahead of time. So if you're going to stay there, you can have the orders come in earlier. Actually, one of them is more of a, I'll say, a healthy type of restaurant, type of thing that's kind of coming into the market and coming into the area.
Okay.
Healthy Italian.
All right, any other comments, feedback for the applicant? I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 14, discussion possible action, initial site plan review and conditional use permit review to allow for the construction of a 3-story hotel with 218 hotel rooms to be located at 846 Liberty Drive on the northwest corner of Liberty Drive and Fortune Drive. Mr. Sayer?
Thank you. So the request is for initial review of the 218-room hotel. The hotel would be 3 stories and contain a fitness center, pool, and meeting space. And this requires a site plan review and a conditional use permit. The applicant intends to start construction of the hotel this year. From a bulk standpoint, staff took initial review at this and appears to meet all the setback requirements. The proposed hotel will be 43 feet tall and does conform to the SC zoning requirements. Parking, and looking at parking has to be viewed on a 4-step basis. We look at the number of hotel rooms, we look at the number of employees in the larger shift, the restaurant in the hotel, and also looking at the meeting room. The ordinance requires us to break those 4 uses out, mostly because they just want to make sure we provide ample parking when the restaurant and meeting rooms are open for the public. As designed right now, the site is about 44 parking spaces short. The applicant will need to add additional parking spaces, and those spaces are mostly for the meeting space and the restaurant space. So most likely additional parking will be either added to the west or to the north of on the site. Architecturally, the building will contain both brick, ephes, and metal paneling. Staff feels the design of this site the proposed materials is appropriate for this site and doesn't have any concerns at this time. One of the items the applicant will need to work through is the proposed hotel will require most likely the vacation of part of Fortune Drive. If you look at the site plan on the screen, the parking is actually located and part of the building is located over the future Fortune Drive. The hotel would also cover, looks like two lots. So the applicant will need to submit a CSM and vacate part of the property in order to accommodate this request. So that staff recommends the Plan Commission review the submitted materials and provide feedback to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer. The applicant like to talk a little more? Fill in the blanks.
Thank you. So, yes, the hotel location actually, you'll see the way it's set up, actually there's 2 wings. There's a central lobby and a vestibule, and you kind of go 2 different directions. And there's actually, it should be a vestibule, and there's like a lobby and a restaurant and the service for the 1 wing on one side. And then you'll see that there's actually then a lobby service area for the other side, and there's the joint swimming pool in the middle. And it's set up that way intentionally because we're set up to handle both short-term stays, like 1 night type of stays, but if someone wants to stay a little longer, stay like for a week or 4 or 5 days because say they have something going on at Epic or something like that, we're set up to handle both of those. So the rooms out there will actually be anything from king-size room to double queens to suites, so we can handle kind of all those different areas. As you mentioned too, we do have dining in this area. There's bars in those areas. There's a small conference facility, about 1,500 square feet, so we can handle like 75 people or so just for kind of events. And they're really targeted more toward people within the hotels themselves to kind of meet their needs rather than outside. The parking question, we actually have enough space on the lot the way it was laid out. There's probably like another 44 stalls kind of just off our property line, so it's more of like an internal adjustment on our property line to pick up those stalls, to bring them back to kind of serve the hotel area itself or whatever. So it's actually kind of laid out to already have that in there. Our goal in the long term is actually have shared parking from all our users out there to kind of keep down the amount of pavement as we can as we develop the facility itself. We're definitely fronted out toward the street, and then we've got service toward the backside. But the building will be 4-sided, good quality materials and outside the building itself. So I think that's probably more for questions than anything else, but should be a good spot. That'll bring a lot more activity out there and drive even more activity on the development.
All right, thank you. Mr. Manley, comments?
Yeah, I guess I looked at the elevations for this, and I think it's a decent looking hotel. But when I compare it to the mixed use development that is proposed nearby, which is a really, I think, great looking, interesting looking building. I guess I don't see this as being on the same level as that from an architectural standpoint. I don't know that it necessarily has to be, but I just wonder what your thoughts are on if you're trying to maintain some kind of a uniform look within the development or not.
We're not trying to get all the buildings to be the same or all to look like they're Italian necessarily per se, but we do have a palette of materials I think we're trying to work with, and the color ranges and how we're going to put the whole general development together. Part of it does come down, I think, as the previous question is, depends on who our tenant is and who the users are in the building. We try and meet some of their design needs also at the same time. We have an initial agreement with a major premier flag actually for the hotels, whatever, and just working out the final details. So some of that is kind of coming in, working with actually their design criteria also on that, because they have a certain amount of things that they need to maintain just for their, I'll say, corporate image on the building. So I think you're right. I think we probably do want to push a little more to kind of bring in a little more of the Italian-esque type of feel to it, but it's probably going to be a little bit of a blend between those two.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I'll make my comment. I was going to say the same thing as Mr. Manley. Just the overall look of the building, doesn't get me very excited, especially compared to the other one. The other building you just showed was really nice. You know, my initial thought is, do we need another hotel in the city? We got the one, the Holiday Inn. We also have the Fairfield, I believe it is, approved on 9 Mound. So I mean, it's up to you know. I guess rely a little bit on developers. Dave, you got a customer that wants to put a building here, you know, hotel here, and we're gonna be able to fill it up. But it's a big unit. I like the idea of the restaurant in there. I think you know, you'd like to keep people to stay there, keep them local. So I like that idea. And I think the location is good too. I guess question on shared parking. How would you share parking with? Would you be across the street with people, like on Fortune Drive, or how would
probably,
you
yeah.
share?
As the rest of that development kind of takes place there, and as we kind of place the rest of the buildings that go through that development, we'll look at that to kind of. Quite honestly, we have to have a certain amount of parking that's kind of visible so people see activity, but we do want to screen a certain amount to the back, so we'll kind of group the buildings as we go back through that area to kind of get parking there naturally kind of shares between the two buildings themselves. Our goal always is, you know, not to put any more parking in than we have to kind of control our pavement areas, you know, that we don't build too much, but to have an adequate amount.
I like the idea of shared parking.
Yeah.
So
And we have consulted with the potential operator of the facility. So our original numbers on the parking were based on their past experience on other hotels, on what they needed actually based on a facility this type that had been in other places.
is this design common design for this hotel chain, or like did they come up with this from scratch, or how?
No, it's there's a prototype, so they have certain elements and sizes on the rooms and elements on like in the lobby and how things go together. So you kind of basically take your kit of parts, kind of put those together, and then you make it work on the site itself, which is really going to drive the layout. It is kind of driven, like I say, on those two wings. You know, it's almost a dual hotel, you know, coming off the kind of one entrance, but then you get the two restaurants serving on both sides there.
Okay, Mr. Manley.
A question on the parking. When you look at who you think the patrons for this hotel would be, do you think they're more typically somebody who's going to be driving in their own car to this as a destination, or somebody who's flying into the Dane County Regional Airport and is probably taking a shuttle to here? Because obviously it makes a difference from a parking standpoint and what the need is going to be.
Actually, it's going to be both. It depends. During the week, it's going to be probably more targeted toward the Epic type of folks or whatever. So they're going to be from the airport on the shuttle, be brought back and forth. But then on the weekends, that's going to be more toward more tourist and type of people coming either to Verona, or events going in Verona, or football weekends, or those type of things in Madison. And those are going to be people more that'll drive their individual cars and park during the weekends. So it's going to vary a little bit depending on, you know, is it a weekday or actually is it a weekend?
Badger football Saturdays.
Yep.
Any other comments? Well, I see none, so hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item is discussion and possible action, initial review of proposed amendments to the West End development, including amendments to the city's comprehensive plan, zoning map amendments, and a certified survey map. Mr. Sayer, please provide some background for us.
Yes, thank you. Little history. The West End development began in 2006, and the initial plan for this site was for big box, mixed-use area, hotel, apartments, and commercial areas. As we know, all know to date, only 3 apartment buildings have been constructed, while the rest of the site has remained vacant, I think with the majority of it being actually actively farmed. Due to the realities, I think, of the economy, and especially because of 2008, obviously, I think there are some components to the West End development that probably just are not feasible in the near future. So with that, the applicant is requesting to amend the city's comprehensive plan, rezone the property, and create a CSM. And what the CSM would do is, as you see on your screen here, is it would create Lot 2. Lot 2 would be planned as a future multifamily site. The request for that would be to plan it in the comprehensive plan and also zone it as a probably UR district as a multifamily use. Lot 1 would be for stormwater. Lot 3, which is the remaining parcel in this area, it's approximately 38 to 40 acres. That would be then sold off to the Verona School District for a future school use of some type. I know the district right now is still working through what that may be, but it's obviously an ideal location for the school with the great access onto West Verona Avenue, close proximity to the neighborhoods to the north, and whatever future development could occur to the east as well. So in order to accomplish this request, the applicant does need to amend the comprehensive plan. While the city does not have a future land use map within our comprehensive plan, it does identify the West End as a future commercial and mixed-use development. So the applicant is requesting to basically amend the plan with the intention of keeping the existing PUD in the blue area in place. That would be unchanged from what was approved previously. However, this lot, I believe 2, that would be planned as multifamily and most likely requested as zoned as multifamily as well, UR zoning. And finally, the last piece down here for the school site, that would be zoned as institutional public and also planned as institutional public. The applicant is in the process of putting together various documents for the land division. This is a site that has been created by land division through CSM, but also through a variety of condominium documents. So there's a variety of easements and other items that need to be worked out in the process of looking at this site for the school. So the applicant is looking at that and working through those right now. One of the comments we did have from staff was taking a look at this future public street here. Right now it's showing at 63.5 feet. Staff recommends the size of that be increased to 66 feet. That's a typical city street. Without knowing what the future school use there is, it's appropriate to keep that at 66 instead of 63, so we have a little more right of way in the future if we do need it. From a staff standpoint, in general, staff is supportive of this request. I think the reality is that the big box that was planned out there is no longer feasible. I've said that for some time now, and I continue to believe that. I believe that we have the option of either most likely probably waiting for a long time for that to happen. There are better sites in the city. There are better sites in the region. And the reality is that the big box retailers want their good demographics, and there's better demographics as you go east. There's more people, and the income here looks nice from a demographic standpoint, but the mass of people east is usually what weighs on big box retailers. Second, a lot of big box retailers are right now looking for TIF incentives, and many communities are providing those. So I think, without making this amendment, I think what was initially approved in 2006 is challenging to implement, at least in the near future. And we could sit here and hold out forever, and we might be sitting here a long time. I think that's the reality from the marketability standpoint and just what has happened after the recession that occurred in 2008. With that, this is the initial review tonight. The applicants here looking for feedback. I know Vanta Properties, formerly T-Wall Enterprise or Properties? T-Wall Properties is here and more than happy to answer any questions that you have tonight.
Do you have any further comments on the project?
Good evening. My name is Randy Ginther, and I'm the CEO and CFO for Vanta Properties, which has been renamed from T-Wall Properties LLC. It's a different entity than T-Wall Enterprises, which is the company that developed the apartments out on the site, just for clarity. I know it's confusing. It's part of the reason for the name change. Try to clarify that. We would concur with the comments that were made. We have owned the site since 2006. We have been actively marketing this site to, bigger box retailers. We have been in many discussions with them. They have performed many market studies, to determine the feasibility, from a big box retailer perspective. This is not the location that they're looking for. Furthermore, they're also the formula has changed for a lot of big box retailers as well, going either to smaller, different materials, and if they're going to incur extraordinary expenses on sites, they're going to do it only in the most desirable location. And that's the message we've really heard. So we have looked at the site. We do have different management in our company as well, and we have been looking to the future, not looking as much to the past on what is the best use out on this site, given the reality of the market and the situation. And we felt that, in discussions with the school district as we were looking at options, knowing that they're looking for school sites, that led to the discussion of really the 40-acre component of this. We still feel the front sites are viable with the commercial that is planned. We have talked with the credit union, we have talked with the apartment owner about this change, and they are supportive of this. We have not had the opportunity yet to talk to the hotel developer who owns the other site on the front, but we expect that they will also be supportive of this change.
All right, thank you. So this is just initial review. Any comments? Go ahead, Mr. Manley.
Thank you. I certainly understand that the world of retail has changed considerably since when the Plan Commission and ultimately the council approved this project. I guess I'm not sure that this has to be a dichotomy between big box retailers and, nothing else. But, I get it that, when Terrence Wall was talking about Kohl's or talking about Lowe's or talking about some of the other anchor tenants that he was thinking about bringing in here, that was a big part of this. But as I recall, this was almost 1 million square feet of development that included a couple of big boxes, but a lot of other mixed use commercial, certainly much more than what's fronting along Verona Avenue. And I think it's very disappointing, at least from my standpoint, that we propose to take a parcel that is, I think, very desirable in its location for commercial development, maybe not big box retail anymore, but to basically say we're going to throw some more apartment buildings on it and then have it turn into tax-exempt school property is a pretty significant departure from what this was portrayed as when it was approved, and I don't know, I'm not sure I could support heading that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Mr. Horsfall.
I totally agree with Mr. Manley. I mean, this was, 8 years ago, we were kind of sold a bill of goods a little bit, and things have been, every time they come with the apartments and say, yeah, get the apartments there, and then that's going to drive the retail. We heard that over and over again. We put in 3 apartments there, and then still no retail, still no credit union. And so to come back now and say, well, we want to split it up and put public institution, that's missing the point of what this land is really prime for, it seems to me. So I guess I'm agreeing with Mr. Manley. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Horsfall. Mr. Lytle?
I guess I had a question for Adam. I was trying to recall either from the comprehensive plan or I noticed in the next agenda item, we had had some discussions around other potential sites where future schools could go. Has that been formalized at all? Has city staff had conversations with the school district about that? And, you know, was this kind of come at us out of the blue a little bit, or?
Sir?
You know, staff, you know, I can't get into too many details, but I mean, staff does have conversations with the school district on a regular basis. You know, we have, I think, meetings every 3 to 4 months. We have a very open communication process. So, you know, I think there was even an article in the paper a few months ago looking at a couple sites that the district was interested at that point. I think what they're seeing, and I know they're not here tonight, so I'm somewhat hesitant to speak for them, but they're seeing some tremendous growth, especially in the south side of the city at Glacier Edge, and they're seeing probably a need for some type of facility in the near future. And I think as part of that process, they're looking at, you know, how to protect themselves long term, in the sense of land prices continue to go up. It's not getting any cheaper. I think one of the attractive things about this site to them was it is located within the urban service area. Some of the other properties I know they've at least talked about are not located within that USA area, and as we all know, that process is quite cumbersome. It takes a long time, and it's no guarantee by any means either. So I think it's just as part of their long-term facility planning. I know they've created a committee as well, a citizens group as well, looking at the long-term needs of the school district and taking a look at this. So I don't think it really came out of the blue, if you want to say that. I think it was one of those. They looked at it from this standpoint of it's got some nice traffic to it. Obviously, whatever goes there most likely will take a traffic signal at some point. You have residential areas to the north there right now. Probably in the future, at some point, if and when the parcel to the east develops, you know, that logical use of that is probably residential as well. So you have these residential clusters going on there. So from a district standpoint, like I said, without speaking for them, I just think it probably made some sense of being in the urban service area. And from an accessibility standpoint, they can get to it and the roads are there. It wasn't like some of these sites that they could be looking at that could be more challenging. I mean, it takes a lot of work on when those raw pieces of land you want to develop it and you're the first one to go. It's quite expensive. And when you have one that's within the urban service area and the sewer is really close to it, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I guess I think about the issues we have with traffic at the school campus on North Main Street, and with limited access and everybody's getting in and out on North Main. We're trying to find ways to minimize that traffic. And the way at least as originally designed, all the thought and study that went into traffic counts for the way this was going to be developed originally. And I know that that's several steps down the line, but it seems difficult for me to see how this, if it develops into a true campus rather than just a single school building, could handle that kind of traffic any better. And I could be wrong, especially without access to the east. On the other hand, I mean, we can sit here and be complaining about what didn't happen at the West End, and you guys are taking the hit as much as anyone in terms of what they've invested and what they're likely to get out. But I would, based on what's been presented, and it's very conceptual at this stage, I have a hard time seeing that taking 40 acres out of here and turning it over makes sense without trying to find some middle ground.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Mr. Manley?
Thank you. There was just one other question I wanted to ask, and that was, when this project was originally approved, there was a cap on the number of multifamily residential properties that would be allowed on the site. And without Lot 2 being dedicated to multifamily, I wonder, is there a proposal to exceed that cap, or that you would continue to build within the cap as originally proposed?
The original cap was 146 units. There's approximately 104 built. So if you're looking at that cap, there's about 40 left. given the acreage and the zoning category and maximum density, I believe we calculated 68 units would be possible under the zoning we're asking for.
Okay, so you would be asking for additional multifamily beyond what was originally proposed?
That's correct.
And I suspected that to be the case, and the reason why I think it's relevant is that when we approved moving the multifamily to the front of the development, which some of us were not terribly happy about doing, we were given repeated assurances at that time that we would never exceed that multifamily cap for this project, for this site. And so it would be difficult for me, having not been a big fan of moving the apartments to Verona Avenue in the first place, to then have a situation where we're going back on the assurances that the city was given, relative to the total number of apartment units.
Yeah, I just like to comment, if I could, that we understand the disappointment that's being expressed. We are very disappointed ourselves that this has not panned out to be a site that, is drawing commercial. I understand there was a plan conceived. Conceived plans do not always materialize into reality, and the reality is that the site, after many, many years of marketing, not just ourselves, we have hired outside brokers, we have, talked to anybody and everything. We have not ruled out, any other types of commercial uses on this site, whether it was in the plan or not in the plan. We didn't strictly go out and say we won't consider any changes to the plan if it makes sense. We have entertained all those thoughts, all those considerations, all those discussions, and the reality is that it is just not happening on this site, and we can say that it's a prime site, but the market speaks for whether it is or it isn't, and the market has told us that it is not. So the choice here is that, we can come back in with a bunch of other plans and change, propose a bunch of different uses, but the market is not bearing that out, on this site. That's the reality of it. So we are trying to move forward with what does make sense, what can work on this site, what does serve some, public good. We think the school site does that. A vital school system, is good for the city in general. It's good for the economic development in general. There still is property, right next to ours, that is undeveloped. Should something bear out that makes sense in the future, you're not limiting yourselves to, to additional development. There's certainly land there to develop. But in our business, we are listening to the market, and we understand the disappointment. We understand it's not, what was envisioned, and the vision was done at a time in a boom cycle when extremes were accepted without any public assistance, and that is not the way it is today. So that's why we're here. That's why we're entertaining this.
Mr. Did you have something to add before?
Sure. Regarding the PUD, as part of this, the PUD would be removed from that multifamily parcel. So I mean, if you were to rezone it that way, there would be no PUD on that. So kind of back to Mr. Lee's point of, yes, they would be exceeding that number, but that project wouldn't be part of the PUD. And back to that lot 2, that multifamily parcel, I think when we talked initially, we talked about should it be multifamily, should it be commercial? I think my feeling on it is, I don't know from a commercial, if it's viable from a commercial standpoint long term. I think it doesn't have that visibility, and that's part of the challenge with the southern part of this site is the visibility. You don't have that off of Verona Avenue. You don't have that from the highway. So I kind of gravitated towards the multifamily there in the oranges on your screen, partially because obviously you have the multifamily next to it already. But I just don't know if you put commercial there, I don't know if that'd be viable, and beyond that, I'm not sure what you'd put there besides commercial or multifamily. I don't know. You have a road coming in, you'll have a traffic signal at Verona, and I forget the name of that street, but you'd have a traffic signal on the east side there. whatever school use is going to go there, it's going to be a lot of traffic coming in. Is it really? It's probably not a single family location. I mean, you're kind of bunched in with commercial and multifamily. It's a tough spot. It's really a tough spot to be in. And I think I may be speaking for you, but I'm sure you're open to ideas of what that could be used for. But from my standpoint, it makes sense from a multifamily standpoint because you have it right there. And I know when I wasn't here when those past plans came in, and can't really speak to that, but from a use standpoint, it would make sense having those next to each other from my standpoint.
Mr. Heinzen?
Thanks. I recognize the challenge here. Like Mr. Manley, though, the consistent changes to where the apartments were going to go and not getting the commercial in there has been a concern for a long time. And then on the other hand, I recognize what you've said here is the market, sort of speaks for whether or not this is a desirable place, and do we want to have this property 10 years from now still without any development on it? And I don't think that's necessarily what the city would like to see either. Curious though about the hotel. Is there a likelihood that 6 months from now you'll come back and suggest that the hotel's not going to go in there and we'll be looking at additional apartments?
Yeah, we don't own the site, so I can't speak for the owners of the site that have the hotel. We're not planning that, but I can't speak for them on their timeline.
Do you have any idea at all what have they expressed to you in any communications that they don't know if they're going to ever do it? I mean, do you have some sense as to whether or not there is a likelihood that the hotel will ever show up?
I guess I can't speak to that. I can't say.
Okay.
Other than it's owned by a major hotel developer, so that's their business.
Just my opinion, I haven't put a lot of thought to this, but my initial opinion is that I'm supportive of the request that you're making. I'd like to know a little bit more about the multifamily, and I know we're in the initial review. We can talk about disappointment of what we had hoped was going to happen, what we thought was going to happen. We can talk about what drives the market. We had, Mr. Heinzen just talked about if 10 years from now, if the property's sitting out there and we still don't have anything on it, but wouldn't it even be worse if we had something sitting on it that was vacant, that is no longer working in today's place, because things have really changed since then. So if this were to move forward and if the approvals were granted and the school district were to build a facility out there, I think we'll see the day that we're going to be happy that this is occurring rather than what initially would have occurred. So my initial reaction is that I'm very supportive of continuing the conversations and moving forward. The question on the multifamily, if I could, is I know you talked about the 68 units on there. Any thought is if that would be one building, two buildings, more buildings? What are you thinking?
It would likely be several buildings. To be honest, we haven't planned that out. We haven't marketed that. We haven't discussed that with multifamily developers. We're not builders of multifamily, being Vanta. That's not the product that we build. We're primarily office from a vertical development business. So yet to come. I guess we're open to suggestions on that. We're not preconceived to anything, yet as far as design or number of buildings, for what would be multifamily. I would say our thought process to that was more along what Ann was saying, which is it seems like the logical use as a buffer, if you will, for what the school would be. Commercial, we were kind of flexing back and forth. As a commercial, would multifamily make more sense? Does single family make sense? No. Does condominiums make sense? No. What type of commercial? We still have front lots that make more sense for commercial, that are on Verona Avenue. So planning more there didn't seem to make a lot of sense to us. So it's really more in our minds it was the logical use, if you will, in between for a transition, if you will, to the institutional.
I've got a couple questions. And what properties do you own? Do you own the yellow? Do you own part of the blue? Or just the yellow and the red?
Go ahead. Jeff, go ahead.
You want them on the?
So we own Vanta owns everything but the credit union site, the hotel site, and the multifamily site.
So we own all of this, we own this, we own these 2 sites, and we own that site.
Okay. All right, so my next question is, realistically, let's say this does not get to be a school, what could it be, the red part?
Single family would be the most logical use that we think other than the school.
Mr. Manley?
You know, I at the risk of sounding like I'm beating a dead horse here, when the apartments were moved to frontage or fronting along Verona Avenue, or near Verona Avenue, the question was asked, well, is this going to make it harder to market this as a commercial development because you're going to lose the visibility? And the question was asked, if you build these apartments and the commercial activity doesn't take off, you're not going to come back and ask for more apartments and just throw your hands up in the air and say, you know, gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's just not working out. And really the only reasonable use or the only thing that makes sense is just to do more apartments. And again, we were given the assurance that's not going to happen. And now it is. And I just, you know, what, even beyond Lot 2, with the other properties that you control that are potentially commercial, you know, are we going to see you coming back if those don't develop into commercial properties, saying, gosh, it just isn't working out, this is what the market is, the only thing that really makes sense here is more apartments? Because I'm starting to feel a little bit like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football on this.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. You know, we believe the commercial is still, you know, the right use, especially on the frontage, you know, of West Verona Avenue. That is logical. That does make sense. It's scaled the right size, you know, for what is acceptable in the market out there. We feel that all makes sense. You know, that still makes sense. We don't have, I can tell you, we don't have any plans that would, we've talked with apartment developers who have come to us and said, hey, could we put apartments on the front side? And we have outright rejected that and not been willing to even consider that because we don't feel it's the right use. We don't think it fits, you know, the front of the development. We don't have plans to do that. You know, quite frankly, we didn't come in here, you know, also proposing to do, you know, 400 apartment units because Epic could really use them. That wouldn't make sense. We think that would be the wrong direction to go, and that's not something we're asking for. It's really driven by you know, what we see as the border strip. We understand it's you know, a relatively small increase from what was envisioned, but we are re-envisioning the whole site. There was also, you know, quite a bit of other types of properties envisioned out there as well, including senior, which isn't market rate, but it's also, you know, it would also be bringing, you know, units out there with people, you know, living in apartment-esque type buildings. And, you know, we have, by the way, we have explored that use as well with several people who specialize in that, and they've done the studies and feel it's not a good site for that. So we've explored that as well. So we've spent a lot of time, you know, thinking about the different uses. So what I can say is that we expect the front to be commercial. We've rejected other multifamily people who have asked us to work on changing those, and we don't intend to do that. We feel they're sized properly, and that's the direction we'll go on that. And I can't speak for, you know, what you know, what was represented before, and I apologize for the change, but we are looking forward and not backwards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lytle?
I think, for me personally, I could see some version of Lot 3 being comfortable with that being sold to the school district as we see the plans come together. But I can't envision a scenario where I'll would see the benefit of more multifamily out there. I think if, well, we just talked about how much traffic flow there is going to be, people going to and from school, and to see what would happen with the hotel developer as they see more traffic, as Verona Road, West Verona Avenue traffic counts go up. I would much rather see us see what happens with Lot 2 and Lot 1 and the 2 lots on either side of the hotel site as potential future commercial or office or whatever for all those people taking their kids to and from school, than to reach some critical mass of multifamily. And I don't know what the critical mass of multifamily is, but we had the conversation earlier tonight about every development seems to have a couple apartment buildings, and I'm personally in support of that. I think having 60 to 100 apartment units in each development makes a lot more sense than having huge tracts of apartment buildings in a single location. And I just don't want to see this turn into one location with a bunch more apartments. That would be my preference.
Understood. Thanks. We also were listening to the preference not to have large amounts of multifamily and single-family developments as well. This is a decent site for multifamily in terms of impact. It's not in a single family. It's not, impacting that type of other people who would live there. So with the traffic, we still are, we still understand the intersection will need to be signalized, and that will also be, working to control the traffic in and out of and timed and things to that nature. Actually much better than, what's occurring now with some of the schools and traffic coming and going. So, and it was envisioned for 1 million square feet of retail, so the traffic was already expected to be significant.
Yeah, I just think the patterns of traffic flow are going to be quite a bit different than.
Understand,
yeah.
and that's where you'd want to adjust your timing and signals and things of that nature as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Ms. Ritter?
Sure. I would echo what Mr. Manley said, and part of what Mr. Lytle said about, I guess we're all just kind of getting over the disappointment of something not coming to fruition that we thought was going to happen. I too agree that I would have a really hard time supporting multifamily in this spot. I wasn't a big fan of moving the apartments to their current location. I know that's not your deal.
Sure.
And I apologize for you having to feel the brunt of some of this, but
Expected.
I am also a firm believer in that markets work, and that you've got to do what the market's telling you is going to be viable. My hope is that whatever goes here will help us with the infill of the rest of West Verona Avenue, and that when you move forward, that is on the front of your mind as well. I know those properties aren't yours, but I think, me personally, I would have a better chance of being supportive of something going in here that would also assist in that vein as well. Verona, everything that I hear from all of the wonderful athletic facilities that we have in this community, and the community theater and all of the other things that we have that really goes around community, is one of the things that I continually hear is that we don't have any restaurants. I mean, we have some restaurants, but we don't have, they're looking for more. Not only people who live here, but people who visit here. And to me, I'm not a developer. I don't profess to be one, but hopefully that might fit into this plan.
No, we'd be very supportive of restaurants. One of the comments we've heard from restaurant developers too, and this is just what we've heard. One of the reasons that they have a challenge on this site is because, a lot of people say, well, Epic's right there, doesn't that drive a lot of people? But the reality is Epic provides their own food service, and they don't leave the campus.
Mhm.
And so, we really see the retail, that will go there will be complementary to, a lot of the people coming and going from the school, obviously, and also ancillary services for, a lot of the Epic folks, because that is who is coming and going. But we're very supportive of restaurants, and we've been certainly marketing it that way, so. But that's one consistent theme we've heard as a negative, if you will, is that they don't get any Epic people because they stay on campus. They don't come off, so that's a challenge.
Okay. Any other?
I'm sorry if I could
Go
just
ahead.
one. The other thing I would just comment on, and I won't speak for the school district either, the size requirement is really driven by what the school district has asked for. So it's really more what they feel they need size-wise, the 40 acres versus, you know, a little bit less or a little bit more. You know, I'd let the school district speak to their needs, but that's really driven by what they thought their need was, you know, in terms of meeting their programming.
Mr. Manley?
And I appreciate that comment, and I think Mr. Lytle said it as well. It will be, I think, enlightening for us to, at some point down the road, when we are able to get some sense of the vision that the school district has for this property, because, you know, maybe the pieces of the puzzle look differently when we know what that would be, but and what types of uses the school envisions for that. But as it stands now, taking, you know, the vast majority of the property and putting it into you know, a public institutional use is kind of hard to, you know, envision at this point. Do you have a sense of when the district might be able to share ideas that they have for the property?
Probably ask a city planner to maybe comment on that, because he has more direct conversations about that.
Mr. Sayre?
You know, I don't know when they'll be ready to kind of have more of an in-depth conversation. Like I said, I know they're in the process with those committees and trying to work through and doing some facility planning, so I don't know if they precisely know exactly what they want to do on this property. I think, like I said, they've identified it as it's a property that has nice access to the highway. It's got good access onto Verona Avenue. It's large enough they can probably do a variety of things on it. But the details of it, I don't think they have the details yet. At least I'm not aware of them if they do.
No,
we should set expectations also. We have laid out an entitlement timeline that meets the school district's needs. By state statute, they have to have entitlements in place 90 days before they go to referendum. So we have to have entitlements in place by August 1st or 2nd to meet that need. So it's very likely that they will not have their planning done while we're going through this process.
No, but I would say, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn for the school district. I mean, the size of the site certainly indicates it's not it's not an elementary site. So it's obviously envisioned to be more significant, you know, than an elementary site, which would typically be, you know, 7 acres. So I think the vision is campus setting, you know, larger school, you know, for the higher grades. Would be what I would expect, but I'll let them speak to that. But certainly, you know, 40 acres is a significant size for a school district, and typically that's, you know, with a larger use in mind.
Mr. Horsfall?
With that said, I guess I don't want to feel like we're being pushed into something, that we're meeting a deadline. Is, you know, I guess questions to Adam a little bit. What if the answer is no? That they come with a request to change the zoning and we say no?
My understanding is with the state statute is that when the district moves forward with that referendum, they have to have those entitlements in place, and that includes at least having some level of having a lot kind of figured out of where the lot's going to be, and having basically, if it's planned as some use. I don't know exactly where that gray line falls of, is it have to be fully approved by the city? Is it just have to be kind of conceptually talked about? But I think probably for sake of ease, I know Vanta and probably the school district prefer to have it set in place, because if it isn't, I think the question is, can it go to referendum or not? That's the challenge. And I think the date that they have to have it in place is by, I want to say, is the end of July, beginning of August. They have to have all entitlements in place. So it is a tough timeline, because you have to meet that requirement by statute to have entitlements in place. So basically, you're not buying a phantom piece of property. So when it goes to referendum, everyone knows of this is what it is, this is what it's going to be used for, and there's a clear path of You're not just referending something that can't happen.
Right, but I guess the point I was trying to make is, we have a comprehensive plan, this isn't really in the comprehensive plan, and now we're making, I know I'm kind of speaking on both sides of my mouth about comprehensive plans, but for sure, this was a little bit different than the church, but, I mean, this is probably gonna go to council next week. So, I mean, in some ways, we don't have to buy this. I mean, it's the planning commission's, right to say, sorry, we don't wanna sell this, or divide this lot, we wanna keep the zoning as it is. I mean, that's our ability, right?
Sir?
Yeah, definitely you have that say. I'm not sure if Mr. Burns wants to add anything too.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns?
Yeah, if I could, I would agree that, yeah, it's the city's comprehensive plan, so certainly the plan commission and the city council have that ability to say we're not comfortable making the change at this time. I did want to add that, I think it is important that we talk to the school district, and my understanding is that they had a school district meeting tonight, but I do plan to follow up with them after this meeting, even if they're not completed with their planning process. I think that the desire to purchase this site and the size requirements is being driven by the school district, and I think it'd be important to get what information we can from the school district about what they can share about their potential vision for this site and the timeline, and have that discussion before we take a look at this, the next step in the process.
And actually, I can share with you, I asked the question when they told us they wouldn't make it tonight, and I said, what will happen, what is going to happen to the site? He says, it's undetermined at this time. The main reason we have an offer on the property is that it is a large tract that could perhaps host a high school in the future, or a campus of elementary and middle school, for example. The district is not committing this property to any particular use at this time. And that was from Dean Gorell.
And Mr. Horso, I don't think this is going to the common council next week. Is that correct, Mr. Burns?
I was not anticipating that we were having that. I was looking to Mr. Sayer and the mayor, but at this point it was just a preliminary initial review, and I think we wanted to have that conversation with the school district before the next step of taking it to the council.
Well, not to disagree, but this seems to be a little bit changed, and I'd sure like to get a little input from the council about how they're feeling about this proposed change. And, this isn't, we talked about the church last week, or last month, and that got council opinion, and this is 25 times bigger than what I think the church stuff is. So I'm not trying to decide what you guys are going to do next week, but sure seems like there'd be some good input on this. So.
And if I could add, I certainly would agree that it's important to get the input of the council. I just wanted to be able to have that conversation with the school district, and if we can have that in place and ready for next week, that may be possible, but I think it's important that we reach out to them and have some more information. Obviously, we're kind of struggling with that tonight, and I think it'd be very helpful to get that information from the school district.
Mr. Lytle?
So, just throwing out a hypothetical situation here, we could approve this, so they could go through their steps for referendum. This could be part of their 20-year plan, and we could have taken these 40 acres off the city tax rolls and sit there for 18 to 20 years while the school district is expanding into it. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's a good partnership for us to have with other entities of government here. But I think we just need to keep that in mind, that while it is not developed, we are still collecting taxes off of it right now. And once that happens, then it's gone for good. And maybe in 20 years, the school decides they want to build someplace else and it gets resold, whatever. But things to keep in mind.
Just like to comment on that real quick. It's the acreage we're talking about for the school district is in ag, so the taxes are the same.
So, Mr. Sarah, does the taxes stay the same until it's rezoned? Is that what you're saying, or is that?
It's in active agricultural production, so it stays in that status for taxes until it's actually developed.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the school district has been a good partner with the city, and the city's always been a good partner with the school district. I think it's very clear that we can't make any final decisions here tonight because we don't have enough information. So we have to have the opportunity to have more conversations with the school district, and as soon as they know better what they're going to do, it will help all of us. But I think we have to remember, again, you know, I think that there's some frustrations and some of the things we talked about before. The Verona Area School District is a large school district. And there's a lot of people that come to the city because of where the schools are located. So, you know, we can talk on one hand about that we're going to lose property tax base, and we would if it becomes a tax exempt property. But there are other things that happen when a school is built within the city limits. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And again, I have all the confidence that we're going to be able to work with the school district because we have a very good relationship with them. So we just need to keep that in mind. There'll be more information coming when they know what it is and they're able to share it with us.
Yeah, just throw my 2 cents in that I'm open to it. I definitely like to see what they got coming, and you know, I guess we'll see in the next meeting we talk about and see what they have kind of roughed in for this. And I don't want to necessarily see any more apartments either, but you know, just speaking of everybody here, I think feels a little sting from the whole thing, and we gotta get past that. So about the whole discussion with the apartments. All right, any other questions, comments on this? All right, I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 16. North Neighborhood Plan, review of conceptual future land use maps for the North Neighborhood Plan. Mr. Sayer, I'll let you take that one away.
Thank you. So in your packets and before you tonight, I'll briefly, as quick as I can, since I know it's getting late, or it is late, go through this. We have 2 conceptual land use plans that we've kind of put together for the North Neighborhood. And what I'm looking for tonight is your feedback and any thoughts, ideas, questions, concerns, anything that you can provide to us as we move forward with this project. So the map on the screen right now is called Map 6. This is an option that we've created basically utilizing how these plans have been created in the past. So it's a little bit general and vague in some spots, but I'll briefly go through it. We have a large purple area on the west side of the North Neighborhood that's identified as office uses. That's most likely for Epic in the future, a variety of uses. That's what they use their geothermals. You know, it wouldn't be all office campuses, but most likely land that they would have some control over, have some control, or possibly expand into in the future. Going east on Nine Mound, the existing quarry is planned as open space. We have some existing houses on Nine Mound. There would be just residential uses. We also have the existing church on Nine Mound as well. Transitioning to the east, we have a large residential area, and in general, we haven't really broken too much out in the residential. We've identified this as approximately, in the whole planning area, 270 acres. It provides a density at 3.6 units per acre to 4.3 dwelling units per acre. That's pretty consistent with what you find in most neighborhoods in the city. Also in the center of this site is a blue or block of some type that would be for a future elementary school. And we've spoken with the school district and working with them to identify a site in this area. They see this area as probably needing another elementary school as it builds out. There'll be significant demand in this area for that to happen. Looking to the south, we have a more of a community park planned in here that's been identified in the city's plans for some time, more active recreation, so we're showing that. Going to the east as well, we have a green area that's been identified as the stormwater basin. The site, once again, is in a closed basin. It's a very challenging site, and we've identified an area that's approximately, say, 20 to 25 acres in size that would accommodate that stormwater in that area. We've also attempted to look at some multifamily, actually identifying the plan. We haven't done this in the past, but taking a look at what areas could be identified as multifamily and actually planning it out. I know there are some comments made tonight that in the past we've kind of sprinkled multifamily throughout our projects. I personally am not a fan of that. I think we're better off trying to concentrate multifamily along logical roadways, putting in along areas so people don't have to drive through residential neighborhoods to get out. I think if you put it towards the major intersections, you put it on the major roadways, it makes a lot more sense from a traffic standpoint. And second, I think we need to identify it in these plans just because it avoids these debates that we have at the Plan Commission that we've had recently. And if we get that clarity in these plans, it would be helpful. At the corner itself, we've identified it as commercial. And transitioning to the east, we have a large swath of open space. This is the Goodshaw piece, and then we have the transmission site in the side, which we've just classified as open space as well. And then going south, we have a small pocket of commercial here, and then the existing residential subdivision with some lands off the back. The purple dots are access points that we've identified as future connections. The south, these are pretty self-explanatory, just extending streets that exist already. The access here would be across from Einiken Drive. There'd be a full intersection without any traffic signals. Moving to the north, this would be a full intersection with a traffic signal. This dot on the map here, this would be a possible right in, right out, depending on the users in the commercial area. Once again, we have a dot that would be a traffic signal, full intersection, or at least going south and east and west. Across from the golf course, once again, full traffic signal with traffic light and full access, and then once again, we'd have full access without that traffic signal. One of the things I should note on here is the buffer. In past plans, we've looked at the buffer requirement. That is, we still have an active agreement with the City of Madison. We are in discussions with the City of Madison and looking at that agreement. And I believe in principle with staff, we've agreed that that buffer is not appropriate. Most likely we need to identify some architectural features that need to be located in this area. But due to the changes at this intersection, the design of that roadway at PD and County Highway M, I know Madison staff doesn't feel that buffer accomplishes what the initial intent of it was, and I agree with that as well. So we're moving forward with the assumption that since Madison staff is comfortable with that buffer being removed, we're going to move forward with our plans as well with that buffer being taken out and addressing that in some fashion when that agreement is amended and looked at in the near future here. So this plan in front of you has approximately 35 to 40 acres of commercial property. That's the red area. We have approximately 270 as that residential in that yellow area that provide approximately 900 to 1,000 single-family units. And then we have the multifamily, which is the brown. That'd be approximately 300 to 400, possibly 500 units as well. That'd be a density of 8 to 12 dwelling units per acre. I should note that is based on gross density. That hasn't taken out the roadways. We don't know where the roads are going to go, so those numbers will go down, but for ease of calculations, that's the easiest way we can do it right now, is by gross versus by net. And that would be taking the roads out and the ponds out and everything else out as well. So just wanted to point that out real quickly. Second option that we've developed is looking at more of what I call more of a traditional neighborhood design. This would have more of mixing uses possibly. This has been helped created by we hired a consultant, CE Planning Studio out of Milwaukee, to help us take a look at this. We have identified a possible commercial and mixed use area at the corner of County Highway M and PD. Most likely that'd be a combination of some commercial uses, but also looking at mixed uses as well, with retail on the first floor and potentially apartments on the second or third floor as well. We've also we've broken out the residential areas a little bit more defined than the last example. We have what I call our wooded residential area. That's the darker brown. Those are areas that have a significant amount of trees on them. So we've bumped up we've lowered the density in those areas to about 2.9 to 3.6 dwelling units per acre to try to create some 10 to 15,000 square foot lots that are a little bit larger to hopefully protect some of those trees. We also then have our neighborhood residential, which is I'd classify as the yellow area. That's your typical NR district that we have in the city right now. That would provide approximately 400 to 600 dwelling units in those areas at a density of 4.3 to 5.5 units per acre. Good examples of this are Hawthorne Hills, recent residential developments in the city. And then we also looked at the orange area, which is more of your community residential area, and this is more of your typical CR district requirements. We've actually looked at a little bit higher density in there as well at 7.26 DUs per acre. Looking at that as a different housing option, trying to diversify the housing in this area too. In addition, we've had a brown multifamily area. We've identified those mostly at the intersections and at the main access points, trying to concentrate that around the commercial areas to hopefully help drive that commercial development, and that provide between 320 and 400, that provide approximately 467 dwelling units. We've also bumped up the density in that as well to 20 dwelling units per acre, and that's consistent with the Sienna Ridge project that was approved down the street. For both, let me just go into this. Once again, we have the access points. We also had a look at how the roads could be laid out in here. Once again, the access points, the purple points haven't changed, but we do have the roadways coming through. This east-west road would be a major road coming through the entire site itself and would eventually connect to Nine Mountain Road in the future. It would have a boulevard section for part of it and also have a bike path on it as well. That's one of the things Epic has identified to us as they need better bike connections into their campus, and this is an logical place to put it. Once again, we have the regional park at the community park on the south, and we have a large stormwater area as well. Consistently for both sites, we've tried to identify a school site that's approximately 12 acres in size. So that the size that shown on both these drawings is approximately 12 to 13. We're still trying to play with that number a little bit to get them where they need to be, but that's what we've identified as the necessary size for an elementary school. Parks, I've already talked about that. Once again, stormwater is a challenge in this site. There is a large detention facility that will be required in this area. It's a closed basin. The water will have to be pumped out during 100-year storm events if necessary, if that pond fills up. The intent, I guess, of both of these designs, especially looking at this map 1, which is more of the T&D design, is to try to, one, make the uses more defined and specify what they are, to get a little more clarity, to get away from just a general residential category or non-residential category. Try to get more specific so we can vet out these issues now versus at later dates. I think the second thing with the map 1 here is, obviously this area is close to Epic. We're trying to hopefully capture as much as those Epic employees and that Epic traffic as possible. We see this as a unique area that it has the potential to have these mixed uses in it. The reality is these Epic employees like that. It's the younger demographic who usually gravitates towards that kind of use. We think this is about probably the only logical area in the city that we can do this on such a large scale, since it is so close to Epic and the land is flat and it's relatively easy to work with. I can say we have also met with the property owners. I know Mr. Endress is here tonight and has waited patiently for the meeting to kind of hear the presentation, but we've had multiple meetings with property owners out there to kind of go over these ideas as well. And I think we just kind of reached the point of, we had talked a lot with the property owners and we wanted to hear back from the Plan Commission to get your thoughts on it as well too. But these are our initial ideas in moving forward with this. Obviously our goal is to hopefully wrap up this planning project this summer and then hopefully begin the USA process then after that as quickly as possible. Once again, County Highway M is planned for reconstruction in 26. Utilities will be brought down that project. So we need to keep it moving so when utilities are brought into this property that is actually ready to go for development, because I imagine there'll be significant interest from developers to develop this area quite quickly. So that I'm open to any questions you have, any comments, whatever you want to tell me is fine.
Mr. Horsfall.
Yeah, did I hear you right? You said you don't agree with the buffer?
Personally, I don't know. I've said that from the get-go. I don't think the buffer is the best use of property. I think you have an intersection here that I think the city is more adversely impacted than the city of Madison. I think the buffer will impact development in this area. It will probably hinder, if not restrict, most of that commercial development at the corner itself. I think there's a better way of doing it. I think if you actually created design guidelines, and that's one thing that I did forget, that we have requested design guidelines be created for this community, so we actually can set the standard before a developer comes in. We can say this is what kind of project we're looking for. But I think through architectural treatment, through streetscaping, I think you can create that community separation. I don't think just putting up a wall of trees, personally, I don't think putting up a wall of trees, you're just kind of hiding what's behind it. I think you can do that by different architectural means instead of just trying to screen a site. I think the Meritor is a good example of that was the attempt to kind of put that buffer into place. You have a berm out there with landscaping on it. To me, it looks more questionable of why was that done. But like I said, I'm open to hearing what the Plan Commission and Council have to say, but in our conversations with Madison staff, I know they're very open to eliminating that requirement as well.
The other question I have with that, who owns that property?
Which property?
The buffer.
The buffer would mostly impact the Enders property. That it would be located along, I believe, 1,000 feet extending on County Highway M and 1,000 feet extending south, west, and east. So it would be owned by that property owner. It just would not be able to be developed. So the city would not own that. Madison would not own that. It'd be owned by the developer or the property owner, and they'd be required to comply with that requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Manley?
Thank you. I agree with getting rid of the buffer. I think that has been to the tremendous disadvantage of the city of Verona, essentially since it was agreed upon. I mean, the city of Madison has wetlands and a golf course that would not be developable on their end of it. So it's really easy for them to say, yeah, let's have a buffer surrounding Highway PD. It's actually a meaningful restriction for us. So I agree with you, Adam. We ought to get rid of it. A few thoughts and then a few questions. First thought is that as somebody who lives in the Kettle Creek neighborhood and has since it was developed, I know that a lot of the folks who built starter homes in that neighborhood are looking to kind of graduate to the next level. Folks want to stay in the general vicinity because it's a nice area and there's a lot to offer there with Country View Elementary and so forth, which is why I would say that the idea of pursuing a lot of these residential zoning classifications that are shrinking down the size of the lot, I think that's contrary to what the market wants in that area. I would also say that in both plans, the area immediately north of Country View Elementary is shown as a fairly large open space area. I think that's too much. I mean, we have a finite, as we sit here today, we have a finite amount of this area that's already in an urban service area. And to say, well, let's take that area that's in the USA that's highly developable for residential uses and leave it as open space, I'm not sure that makes sense. I do think there's got to be some park and open space there, but the size of it looks to be pretty large. And then I guess I'll just end for now with a question, and that is the area immediately adjacent to Highway PD, in between Highway M and in between Nine Mound, isn't some of that commercially viable, developable as commercial as opposed to, some type of residential? I mean, I'm thinking about areas like, for example, on Old Sauk Road, where you've got that retail area there where Chipotle and some others are, or for example on Fish Hatchery Road, the area where the Great Dane, and so isn't that type of development suitable for the area along Highway PD, even beyond that corner where you're showing it right now?
Sir? Sure. So the first question about the park is, I believe that's identified in the city's park plan for a future community park there with recreational fields and ball fields as well. I know in speaking with the park and forestry director, he has identified that. He's requested that 10 acres be shown on here because of past plans, I believe, of looking at that as an extension of that community park. So that's why that's showing up on there, because I believe it's been done. It's been actually put on past plans. Regarding the commercial, I think it's a good question. I think it's a really good question. I think it comes down to, as you push commercial to the west and it gets along there. I think most likely you're probably going to see some more strip retail, and the question comes down to is if that's what we want, that's fine. It's just, is that what the city wants or not? You're probably going to see some gas stations, I would imagine. You know, unless you really ratchet up the design guidelines, which we could do. You know, it's just a matter of how much is it going to support, and are you looking for boxes up there, or if you're looking for that traditional, just a long strip of shops, kind of as you described at Chipotle. And maybe we are. But, you know, it could possibly be more viable. I could, you know, if you wanted to look at taking commercial down to that second point, I think that could possibly be appropriate, because once again, you'd have a lighted intersection there. I wouldn't advise going any further west than that, partially because you come down the hill, you get a little more challenging with access, and, you know, at some point, how much is too much? And obviously, we didn't do a market analysis on this, but it's just, how much do we want out there? That's a valid question.
Mr. Lytle.
So I'll ask this question only sort of tongue-in-cheek. Why do we bother doing neighborhood plans? Because pretty much every plan we've talked about tonight has conflicted with the way the property actually developed. And I realize we need to give developers a starting point. We need to give current landowners a starting point for how their property might develop. But I guess in looking between map 6 and map 1, well, I see the theory behind having map 1 with some transitions and different types of residential. It seems like in general, the more generic we make these plans, the less we're eating our own words. And I realize a neighborhood plan is a little bit different than a downtown plan, but maybe just start off by kind of giving me the 101 on neighborhood plans.
Sure. So regarding the projects that were previously discussed, I think a couple of those to point out is some of those were approved before 2008. I hate going back to that as a date, but anywhere you go, if you talk to any developer about 2008, they all get scared and don't want to talk about it. It was a really rough time, and a lot of stuff before that date that was approved, anywhere you go, is not feasible anymore. There are a lot of things being thrown out there that, you know, from planners to developers to plan commissions, yeah, we all bought a lot of stuff that we probably shouldn't have. I mean, it's a reality of we all felt the economy was never going to end and this was a great time, and then all of a sudden it came crashing down. So I think a lot of stuff we've been looking at lately with amendments too are projects that were approved previously before that 2008 date. Why you do neighborhood plans? Well, you want to create some certainty. You need to create certainty for those developers, because if you don't have that certainty, one, you're going to have a hard time bringing some developers in, because they're just going to say, if you can't tell me what's going to go here, and I got to come to every plan commission meeting and fight for it, or council meeting, they get scared. They don't like that. Developers want to know how long it's going to take to get their approvals, because time is money, and especially in Wisconsin, if you don't start construction by a certain time, you're waiting 6 months. Second thing it does, it gives the neighbors certainty as well. I mean, if people walk in my office and say, hey, what's going behind my house? Right now, with some of the plans we have, I can just say it's residential. I assume when I tell them it's going to be single family, that's what's really going to happen, but the plan was never, you know, we weren't specific enough in the past of saying, no, it's going to be single family residential, or no, it's going to be multifamily. We did that with the zoning, but we really haven't, you know, and we can do a better job with that. So, I mean, I think the key with any plan is we all have to acknowledge that we need to be flexible enough with it. We need to bend but not break with it. I mean, if it meets the principle and the intent of it, I think that's the key. But just to not do anything and just hope what happens happens. I mean, a lot of places do that. Texas does that, and it works out. But in some cases, but you need to have something in place so people have certainty of what's going to happen there, and that's for developers and the public. I mean, I would cringe at trying to tell someone I think this is what we want, and it's a guessing game, because as we know, as councils and plan commissions turn over, attitudes change. When you have that plan in place, you can then point to that and say, no, this is what we want here, and this is what you need to do. Or, well, it's close to what you're saying. You can make an argument that it's pretty close, and we should be flexible and try to work with you on this. That's the intent of the comprehensive planning law. That's the intent of planning, is to lay the groundwork, but still be flexible when that stuff comes in. You have to be, because if you're not flexible, you're going to scare a lot of people away, and that's my personal belief. But you just have to do it, otherwise, one, you won't get through CARPC. If you don't have the plan, you won't get through them. But second, you got to have it so everyone's on the same page, or at least operating off the same page, and we can branch out from there.
So I guess just the quick follow-up is that, in general, I think I'm in agreement with Mr. Manley that from that standpoint, I would lean more towards map 6 for the residential. And, you know, we can state a goal of having a mix of different types, different densities, without committing to specific areas being specific densities. And then just to clarify, maybe an earlier statement I made, I actually think the transition for the multifamily, having that between the retail and the main single family makes a lot of sense. I just don't want to see there being 250 units along PD and another 200 units along M. I think that keeping the scale in that 100, 120 range per neighborhood makes a lot more sense.
Mr. Manley.
I agree with Mr. Lytle, and I think as I look at map 6, I think it's a better way to go. You know, I think of varying degrees of specificity, and you know, a neighborhood plan is almost the at the broadest sense kind of the most generic, because you're just speaking to, you know, potential land uses. You become more and more specific with certified survey maps and so forth. And look at the maps for the Meister edition, and remember the Cross Point subdivision that never happened. I mean, it's like all of this stuff changes. Cross Point and the north end of Meister got swallowed up by Epic, and what we had actually platted as residential became commercial, let alone geographic blobs on a neighborhood map. But I think, you know, map 6, again, I think that's a more appropriate way to go. And I do think that the idea that we would transition between commercial and residential with some multifamily in between makes some sense. It may even in that what looks like kind of a brown zigzag line, you know, to the extent that you can do something in multifamily there with some mixed uses and so forth, you might attract some of the Epic employees, although I think that we're never going to be downtown Madison, and that's where a lot of those younger folks want to be, because there's just so much available for in downtown that will, you know, no matter what we try and do in Verona, we're never going to be downtown Madison, and I hope we never are, for that matter. But I think I guess it's a long way of saying I think it will be difficult to sort of implement if you build it, they will come approach to trying to get Epic employees to live within the city of Verona.
Mayor Hokumer?
Thank you. I would just echo what Scott and Pat have said. I definitely prefer map 6 over map 1. I just think it makes a lot more sense. And you know, the two things that I've been hearing a lot recently is the number of multifamily that we're approving as a city, and the fact that there aren't larger lots. People want larger lots, not smaller lots. And I know that maybe goes against what is happening in a lot of other places, but that's what I'm hearing here. And I think we're here to give the city residents what they want. And they don't want smaller lots, they want larger lots. So I'm definitely more supportive of map 6.
Mr. Sayre? Can I just ask a question? I know in the past we've looked for mixing 70-30, 60-40, single family and multifamily. What does the Plan Commission think about that mix, or what should we target in this area as we look at the overall ratios? Should we look at 60-40, 70-30? The other option we've kind of kicked around is do you bump up the density in the multifamily area a little bit so you can provide more single family elsewhere? I'd just be curious as we're creating this, if you had any thoughts on that, as we go forward, it would be helpful.
Mayor Hokumer?
I guess my thought on that is, before I would make that kind of decision or recommendation, I would really want to take a look again on what we've recently approved, what's outstanding, where can we build multifamily, and those types of things. So if you can get that information to us, I think it would be a lot easier for us to give you the kind of input that you're looking for.
Maybe I'd like to add is maybe examples of some of our developments, what the mix is exactly, and so we get a better feel what 60-40 feels like, or 70-30.
Or 80-20, or 90-10.
Mr. Horsfall?
Do you guys know how many single families you've done in 2014?
Off the top of my head, it's about 40 in the range of 40
Really? Okay.
units, yeah, so far.
So we're maybe cruising towards the 100, 125 that we used to in the early 2000s?
No, I don't think we are, but I know we are above where we were last year at this same time. We are a little bit above that.
And it gets to, are we going to run out of single family sooner than later, or is that going to put pressure on single family?
Yes, I think you're going to run out of single family sooner than later. I think Scenic Ridge phase 6 will be put in place this year, and I think there might already be selling lots out there.
They're almost sold out.
Yeah, they're almost sold out, and then obviously then you have Cathedral Point, which is by Viridian, and obviously that's just one developer for all those lots, and then you have the project that was approved tonight. If that goes forward, you'd have that one, and you have a scattering elsewhere. So there's not many left. Even obviously whatever happens, but we won't be able to get to this one best case until 2017. Now the only wild card in this area is obviously the Zing parcel is owned by Tony Heinrichs, and that parcel is in the city and it's in the urban service area already, but he hasn't shown any interest in developing at this time.
Like I said before, back in 2000, the plan was 2006 all this would be developed. So
yeah,
it's a crapshoot. Yeah, it was 2006. In 2000, when we were doing 125 a year, yeah, they thought we're going to be blasting in the north before we go.
Yeah, if you,
Mr. Manley?
Yeah, thank you. And Adam, I think to your point, if you want to live in the city of Verona, and have your kids attend Verona schools, and have a 4-bedroom house with a 3-car garage for the snow blower and the bikes and the lawnmower and everything else, you don't really have. We don't offer that. By and large, we don't offer that housing stock in our city, and I think that there's a pretty high demand for it.
I just have one last question, not to drag it too long, but what's the green, the part on the right, on the east side of Highway M? What will that be used for?
It's always been planned as open space. There's the piece that's owned by Goodshall in this area. There's the substation in this area. There's a parcel in here that is incredibly challenging to get to. When you go past the substation, look to your right, and you look down into it, and they'll be restricted to a right in, right out with the future road improvements. So as of right now, we're showing that as just open space, from the fact that there's no good access into it. Most likely, if Dane County were ever interested in purchasing it, or whoever to kind of protect it, that'd be a fine option. But it's just challenging from a developable standpoint, because you start going up as you go up PD. It's heavily wooded. There's some wetlands in there. It's just challenging. I think if the church were ever to decide to change their plans and sell, and you could get access to at least this parcel back in here, it's a different conversation, but their intention right now is to stay where they are.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments on this? All right, see none, so we'll move on to number 17, Planning Department announcements.
Very appropriate at this time, 11:15. I've had requests from developers to have 2 plan commission meetings instead of 1. And before I made any comments on it, I wanted to throw that to the plan commission here and get your feedback or any thoughts as we sit here past 11 o'clock. It doesn't matter to me personally. I defer to you guys, as it's your schedules that we'll try to accommodate. And I expect development proposals probably to slow down here within a few months, but probably the next couple of meetings will still be busy, but it will slow down as we ease into late summer, early fall, hopefully.
One question for you then is, with public notice for public hearings and stuff, would they still be able to get in sooner?
Yeah, I would create, right now I have a handout with meeting dates on it and the submittal deadlines. I would just create a second set of meeting dates and submittal deadlines. There'd be maybe a separate coordination on my part. The issue that's been raised is that between this meeting and the public hearing deadline is only about a week. And I've heard just grumblings about we can't get our projects back in and we have to keep going with our projects, and this slows it down or makes it real challenging to get you all the information so we can make that deadline. And there's a variety of ways you can look at that, but before I made any comments on it to any developers, I wanted some feedback before I volunteered myself for more meetings.
Any feedback? Mr. Horsfall?
My feedback is I prefer one long one than two long ones.
I'll second that. I think we can be, there's been a couple times when we've done either quick meetings before a city council, for common council. I mean, if the need arises as an exception, I'd be more inclined to consider that versus just committing to 2 a month.
I don't think it's a need. I think it's more of a want. Just so you know, I think it's more of a want.
How do other communities of our size handle it?
I think Sun Prairie, has 2. Middleton might have 2. Fitchburg? I don't know.
Yeah, I know Sun Prairie did do 2 meetings a month, but they're also not quite 3 times our size, but certainly a much larger community. They were filling up 2 meetings a month regularly.
I can say right now most communities our size don't have this many projects going on. So that's part of the challenge too, is that it's tough to compare to other communities because we just have a lot going on right now too.
Yeah, one of the feedback I'll have is that a lot of times with the council we have extra meetings in that time like we did last month. So it's nice having Mondays open, committee of the whole, or like the economic development one we had. It's kind of nice to have that extra meeting because most people our Mondays are pretty available for most of the council people. Mayor Hochulmer?
I think we just play it by ear. I think as you indicated, Adam, things are probably going to slow down here, at least somewhat slow down. So if there's a need for it, if we need to call an emergency meeting or a second meeting, we can do that. I'd rather do that than have a second meeting scheduled every month.
Mr. Horsfall?
I think it's a function of the mayor not running the meeting.
This will probably be the last meeting I'll ever chair, right? Almost 5 hours long. All right. With that, motion to adjournment would be in order. Moved by Ms. Ritter. Second by Mayor Hochulmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And we are adjourned. I got a gavel.